The Gruen Transfer. Have you ever walked into a shopping mall and bam, your brain just kind of goes foggy? Like you step in with one simple goal, maybe to grab some shampoo or return a shirt, and 10 minutes later, you're 3 stores deep, carrying a smoothie, trying on a jacket you didn't plan on buying, and somehow you've forgotten what you came in for. Yeah. That's not just you being scatterbrained. That's a psychological trap. And it has a name. The Gruen Transfer. Now, this sounds like some high-tech sci-fi term, but it's not. It's real. And it's happening to you every time you step into a certain kind of space. Here's what's going on. The Gruen Transfer is what happens when a space is designed to intentionally disorient you. And no, I don't mean in a horror movie way. I mean in a, where the hell is the exit again kind of way? Stores, malls, casinos, even big airports use this trick. They deliberately mess with your internal compass so that your sense of direction shuts off and your impulses switch on. Let's say you enter a mall. Normally, you'd walk straight to the store you want, grab what you need, and leave. That would be logical, efficient, but malls are designed to make sure that doesn't happen. Instead of giving you direct pathways, they make you zigzag. They twist the layout just enough so that there's no clear line of sight to where you're going. Add in music, warm lighting, food smells, glass surfaces that reflect instead of direct, and voila, your brain gets a little overwhelmed. And here's the magic part. When you're disoriented, your critical thinking goes on pause. Your mind stops strategizing and starts wandering. You're no longer acting with purpose, you're reacting. And that's when the spending starts. Ever wonder why the grocery store puts milk, literally the one thing everyone buys, all the way at the back? So you have to walk past all the snacks and offers and colorful distractions to get to it. By the time you reach it, you've probably grabbed 5 other things you never intended to buy. You know what else uses the Gruen Transfer? Casinos, but on steroids. No clocks, no windows, no straight lines, flashing lights, random sound effects, and intentionally confusing layout. Your brain doesn't know if you've been in there for 20 minutes or 5 hours, and that's exactly the point. Because if you're not watching the clock, you're not thinking about how much money you're losing. The Gruen Transfer hijacks something ancient in you. Our brains evolved to look for patterns and markers. You want visual anchors, landmarks that tell you where you are and how to get where you're going. But when those anchors are removed or distorted, your brain sort of gives up. It stops trying to navigate and just follows whatever's in front of it. That's when you become most suggestible. And the people who design these places, they know this. It's not some accidental layout mistake. It's science. Behavioral psychology meets architectural design. Entire careers exist to figure out how to build a space that makes you forget your original plan and start acting on impulse. Think about it. Malls don't want you to run in real quick. They want you to linger. They want you to forget time, forget purpose, forget budgeting. They want you floating, browsing, sniffing candles, trying free samples, following music, looking at shiny things. The longer you're disoriented, the more vulnerable you are to suggestion. And it works every time. Even IKEA, the furniture giant, is built like a psychological maze. Ever notice how you can't just walk into IKEA and go straight to the couch section? No, you follow their exact path through every living room, every kitchen setup, every decorative plant you didn't think you needed. And guess what? By the end, you're picking up random mugs and drawer organizers like you're under some kind of spell. That's the Gruen Transfer. It doesn't scream at you. It doesn't grab you by the shoulders. It just slowly, subtly nudges your brain offline. You stop being the planner and start being the follower. It turns your day from, I need to buy one thing, into, well, maybe I'll just look around. But here's the creepiest part. You feel like you're in control the entire time. That's the loophole. You think you're making decisions, but the environment is already steering you. So next time you step into a mall or a big store or even a certain type of website layout that just keeps pulling you deeper, pause for a second. Ask yourself, why am I still here? What did I come in for? If your brain goes blank for a moment, you've already fallen into the loop. No alarms, no sirens, just a quiet psychological detour that made you forget who was driving. Decoy Pricing. All right, let's play a little game. You walk into a coffee shop. You're feeling a little fancy today, so you look at the menu. Small coffee, $3. Large coffee, $7. But right in the middle, medium coffee, $6.50. Now let me ask you, which one are you going to buy? If you're like most people, you'll skip to small, and then you'll think, well, if the medium is $6.50 and the large is just 50 cents more, I might as well go big. Boom. You just got played. That $6.50 medium, it's not there to be chosen. It's a decoy, a psychological trap with a price tag. Welcome to the world of decoy pricing. It sounds like some old-school con trick, but it's one of the most effective and sneaky ways companies nudge you into spending more money without you even realizing it. And the wild part? You still feel like you made a smart decision. So here's how it works. Humans are terrible at understanding value in isolation. If I told you a coffee costs $7, you'd probably think, that's ridiculous. But if I sandwich that $7 coffee next to a $6.50 one that's way smaller, suddenly that $7 starts to look like the smart choice, like a better deal, even though it's still expensive. The decoy, that awkwardly priced, less appealing middle option, is designed to make the expensive one look reasonable. It's not there to be bought. It's there to manipulate your perception. Let's say a movie theater sells small popcorn for $4, medium for $6.75, and large for $7. Almost no one buys the medium, but that's the whole point. You see the medium and think, well, that's dumb. For just 25 cents more, I can get a large. And now you're eating a tub of popcorn the size of your head. Not because you wanted it, but because they tricked your brain into thinking it was the rational option. It gets even weirder when you realize how often this is used. Tech companies do it with phone storage. You'll see 64 GB for $5.99, 128 GB for $7.49, 256 GB for $7.69. They know no one wants the middle one. It's there to make the biggest, most expensive one look like a steal. Suddenly, that jump to 256 GB seems worth it, right? Only $20 more for double the space. You feel like you won the upgrade lottery. But really, your brain got steered like a shopping cart with a broken wheel, right where they wanted you. Even restaurants do it with wine menus. You'll notice the second most expensive wine is often the most popular, because nobody wants to look cheap ordering the lowest one, but they don't want to splurge either. So what do? They jack up the price of the second option, not because it's better, but because they know that's the one you'll emotionally default to. And here's where it gets a little creepy. This tactic works because we like to believe we're logical. We want to feel like smart shoppers. So when we see a list of options, we start doing mental math. This one's too expensive. That one's too small. This one's just right. It's the Goldilocks trick. Except Goldilocks didn't realize all three bowls were placed there to guide her toward the big one. And the companies, they know this. They've studied psychology. They know that by carefully placing one bad deal, they can make a more expensive one feel like a good deal. It's not about value, it's about contrast. Your brain doesn't ask, do I need this much coffee? It asks, which one is the best value compared to the others? And that's the trap. You're not making decisions based on what you want or need, you're making decisions based on how the options are framed around you. Here's another twist. Sometimes the decoy is actually the highest priced option. Yeah, just to make the mid-tier one look more reasonable. You'll see this with software pricing plans. Basic, $9 a month. Pro, $19 a month. Elite, $79 a month. They don't expect you to touch the Elite plan. It's just there to push you toward the $19 Pro plan, which now looks like the smart choice because your brain thinks, well, at least I'm not spending that much. But guess what? They never intended to sell you the basic. That's the real decoy. So what do you do about this? Honestly, the best defense is awareness. Next time you're looking at a pricing chart, ask yourself, is this option actually good? Or does it look good compared to the weird one next to it? Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. Decoy pricing is everywhere. Menus, subscriptions, streaming plans, travel packages, even in your favorite apps. They're not just offering you choices, they're shaping those choices, nudging your brain with invisible hands. And the weirdest part? You walk away thinking you were the smart one. Positive framing bias. Let's try something weird. I'm going to give you two options. Tell me which one feels better. Option A. This yogurt is 90% fat-free. Option B. This yogurt contains 10% fat. They're literally the same thing, like exactly the same. But I'd bet money that option A sounded a little more appealing to you. More healthy, cleaner, lighter, right? That's positive framing bias. It's this sneaky little psychological loophole where your brain reacts differently to the same information just because of how it's worded. It doesn't matter if the facts are identical. The way they're presented completely changes how you feel about them. And marketers, politicians, and even your doctor, they love this trick. Here's another one. A surgeon tells you there's a 90% success rate for this operation. You feel reassured, right? Confident. But what if they said there's a 10% chance of death? Suddenly, you're sweating. Even though those two statements mean the exact same thing, this is how framing works. It's not about the data, it's about the spin. Your brain is wired to prefer positive language. It feels safer, less risky. So when something is framed in a positive way, even if it's hiding something negative, you're more likely to accept it, trust it, or buy into it without question. And the people who want to influence your decisions, they absolutely know this. Take food packaging. Made with real fruit. Sounds nice, right? But how much fruit? 1 drop? A single puree molecule? They don't say. They don't have to. Because the phrase sounds good. It feels wholesome. And your brain fills in the blanks. Or how about less sugar than the leading brand? Sounds like a win, right? But what if the leading brand is a sugar bomb and this one is only slightly less awful? Doesn't matter. The framing is what sticks. It happens with numbers too. Imagine a product says, kills 99% of bacteria. Sounds like a miracle, right?
But what if that last 1% is the super dangerous kind? Still feels effective, though, doesn't it? That's the bias in action. We're drawn to the positive, even when it's a little misleading. And here's the messed up part. It doesn't just trick you once. It sticks. Once your brain gets that first positive impression, it becomes harder to see the downside. That initial spin influences all your later judgments, even if you learn the truth later on. It's like your brain planted a flag in good vibes only territory and refuses to move. This happens in politics all the time. Let's say a candidate says, "I've reduced unemployment by 5%. Sounds great, right? But if unemployment was already super high, that drop might not mean much. Still, the way it's framed makes it sound like a win. Or they'll say, "We've added 1 million new jobs." Cool. But they leave out that most of those jobs are part-time with no benefits. Again, it's all about what gets highlighted, what gets buried, what gets spun. And framing doesn't have to be positive to work. It just has to be emotional. Health ads do this a lot. They won't say 1 in 5 people survive this condition. They'll say 4 out of 5 die from it. Same numbers, very different feeling. One motivates you with fear. The other gives you hope. But they're both manipulating your emotional reaction. Even charities use it. Ever notice how donation campaigns never say, "Help us meet our $100,000 goal"? They say, "Every $1 provides a meal for a hungry child." That's a frame. It pulls your emotions in a specific direction. It gives the numbers a human face. It's not wrong exactly, but it is designed. And the thing is, you're not being dumb when you fall for it. You're being human. Our brains evolved to make quick judgments in messy, uncertain environments. We grab onto emotional clues, context, and tone to make sense of things fast. But in a world full of spin, that instinct can be used against us. So how do you fight it? Honestly, the first step is just noticing it. The next time something sounds too good, stop. Ask, what's the actual number? What's the thing they're not saying? If something makes you feel weirdly safe, hopeful, or impressed way too fast, dig into why. Because once you start spotting framing, you'll see it everywhere. It's in your toothpaste ads, your cereal boxes, political debates, news headlines, even the words you choose for yourself. Think about it. Do you say, "I failed," or "I learned something"? Same situation, different frame. And that one word choice can change how you feel about yourself for days. Positive framing bias doesn't just shape what you buy, it shapes how you think. It turns uncomfortable truths into easy pills to swallow. It turns risky decisions into feel-good choices. It turns basic facts into persuasive stories, all without changing the actual content. That's the power of the frame. And the scary part is, it always feels like you made the decision yourself. Color priming. Let's talk about something your brain reacts to before you even realize it's reacting. Color. I know, sounds boring at first, but stick with me, because what I'm about to tell you might ruin fast food menus for you forever, or at least make you side-eye every website, logo, and packaging label you've ever trusted. Here's the deal. You're being color primed every single day.
Color priming is when certain colors are used to trigger specific emotions or behaviors in your brain without you noticing. It's not about taste. It's not about logic. It's about instinct. You feel a certain way, and you think it's your own mood or preference. But really, you're being nudged. Let me give you an example. Ever notice how fast food restaurants all kind of look the same? Think about it. McDonald's, KFC, Burger King, Wendy's, Pizza Hut. What do they all have in common? Red and yellow. Bright, punchy, unapologetic red and yellow. Those colors aren't random. They're not brand identity fluff. They're science-backed manipulation tools. Red is known to trigger hunger, urgency, and excitement. It raises your heart rate. It grabs your attention like a flashing light. Yellow adds a sense of friendliness and optimism, a welcoming, come in, we're open kind of energy. Put them together, and your brain starts thinking, food, now, let's go. It's not about the burger. It's about the colors around the burger. And the crazy part? This works even when you know it's happening. The response is that deep. Let's flip it. Ever wonder why most hospitals, insurance companies, and banks use blue and white in their branding? Blue equals trust, stability, calm, cleanliness. White gives you a sense of order and sterility. When you see a deep blue background with a white logo, your brain automatically assumes professional, safe, and in control, even if the company is secretly a disaster behind the scenes. This isn't about graphic design. This is about priming your subconscious. Colors bypass logic. They work on you before your thinking brain kicks in. That's why brands spend millions researching color psychology. They're not just choosing what looks cool. They're choosing what makes you feel something specific. Hungry, relaxed, energetic, loyal, scared. And yes, this shows up in politics too. Take campaign signs. Ever notice how red is used to fire people up? It's aggressive, passionate, and commanding. Blue is calmer. It says, I'm rational, reasonable, trustworthy. Green is all about change, progress, environment, hope. These colors aren't slapped on randomly. They're chosen to tap into your emotional wiring. Even online, same game. Ever wonder why the Buy Now button on shopping sites is almost always orange or green? Orange sparks action and enthusiasm. Green signals go or approval. You're more likely to click, more likely to spend, more likely to follow through. Meanwhile, pop-up alerts and warnings bright red, because your brain has learned red equals danger, urgency, do something now. That's color priming. It doesn't ask you, it tells you through your biology. Want to feel even weirder about it? Studies have shown that waiters who wear red lipstick get tipped more. People rate the same person as more attractive when they're wearing red. Job candidates perform worse in interviews when the room has too much red. It subtly increases stress. School children perform better on tests when they use blue pens instead of red ones. Yeah, that specific. Color affects how we feel, how we act, even how we remember things. Still think you're making decisions on logic alone? Let's bring this back to shopping. The next time you walk into a store and feel oddly relaxed or excited or hungry, pause, look around. Is the lighting warm? Are the walls red? Are the signs glowing orange? Your emotions might not be yours. They might be borrowed from the environment, like a scent you didn't mean to inhale. And brands know this. They hire experts to build spaces that make you feel things on purpose. Retail stores use warm tones to slow you down. High-end boutiques go for black, white, and gold, colors associated with luxury and power. Kid stores? Bright primaries, daycare energy, playfulness, energy, chaos in the fun way. Ever notice how most prescription pill bottles are orange? That's not a pharmacy thing. That's because orange grabs your attention. It's alert without being full-on scary. It tells your brain, hey, pay attention to this, but don't panic. And think about cleaning products. They're almost always blue and white, or green and white, because your brain associates blue with clean and green with nature. That's what they're selling you, the feeling of purity, not just the function of the product. Color priming is powerful because it's invisible. It's not a slogan, it's not a lie, it's not a statistic you can argue with. It's baked into your biology. Your visual system processes color faster than shape or text. It hits you first, and it stays with you longer. It's not just what you see, it's what you feel when you see it. So the next time you find yourself strangely drawn to a product, a store, a website, or even a person, take a step back and ask, is this how I actually feel? Or am I being primed to feel this way? Because once you see how colors are used against you, you start to realize something a little uncomfortable. You're not always reacting to reality. You're reacting to the palette that someone else carefully designed just for you. The Scarcity Illusion. Okay, be honest. Have you ever seen a product online with a little warning next to it that says, only 3 left in stock, or limited availability, order now, or one person just booked this hotel room, hurry? And suddenly, your heart speeds up just a little. You weren't even that into the item, but now you feel like you have to buy it. Like if you wait 5 more minutes, it'll vanish into the void forever. That feeling, that panic, that little buzz of urgency, that's the scarcity illusion. And it's one of the easiest ways to hijack your brain. This psychological loophole preys on something ancient and primal in us. The belief that if something is scarce, it must be valuable, it must be special, and we better get it before someone else does. Your brain doesn't stop to ask, wait, is this even real? It just reacts. Here's the wild part. Most of the time, the scarcity is fake. Yep, the countdown clock, the low stock warning, the only 2 seats left at this price alert, all of that is just clever design, code, and psychology working together to make you feel like you're in a race you didn't sign up for. Let me break it down. When you see a product labeled as limited, your brain switches into survival mode. Not in the run from a tiger sense, but in the grab it now or regret it later kind of way. It's the same mechanism that told our ancestors, "There's only a little water left in the river. Fill your pouch now." Back then, scarcity meant danger. Scarcity meant do something. But in today's world, scarcity often just means manipulation. Because companies know that if you think something is rare, you'll value it more. You'll make faster decisions. You'll skip logic and go straight to instinct. That's exactly what they want. Think about how many online stores show you a fake stock counter. You click on a jacket and it says, "Only 2 left." But if you come back tomorrow, still 2 left. Or maybe now there's only 1. Or 5. It's just rotating bait. It creates artificial urgency so you don't take the time to compare prices, read reviews, or worst of all, change your mind. Airlines do it constantly. You search for a flight and suddenly it says, "Only 1 seat left at this price." But if you check in an incognito tab or on a different device, that same seat is magically still there. They're not always lying outright, but they're definitely shaping the way you feel about your decision. Here's another twist. Sometimes they don't say anything about the item itself. They just say 3 other people are looking at this too. That's social scarcity. It's not just "this might run out." It's "someone else might beat you to it." Now it's not just a product, it's a competition. Even dating apps do this. This person is in high demand. What does that even mean? Who decided that? It doesn't matter. Your brain hears rare and goes, "Okay, I'm interested." And it works in the real world too. Ever notice how brands will do limited drops or exclusive collections or 24-hour only sales? That's not because they can't make more. It's because they don't want to. At least not yet. Artificial scarcity creates buzz. It builds hype. It makes people camp out in line or refresh their browsers for hours just to get a taste of what feels just out of reach. Think about luxury brands. Why does a bag cost $5,000? Partly because it's well made, but mostly because you can't just walk in and buy it. There's a wait list, a vetting process, a sense that only a few people can have it. And suddenly, even if it's not your style, you start to want it. That's the scarcity illusion, wrapped in leather and gold hardware. And here's the part no one talks about. Scarcity isn't just about stuff. It's also used to control your time and attention. Think of apps that only let you see messages for a limited time, or sales that expire at midnight, or content that disappears after 24 hours. That kind of pressure forces you into a now or never mindset, and that keeps you coming back, checking in, clicking more, because you don't want to miss out. That's how the scarcity illusion bleeds into FOMO, fear of missing out, which in many cases is just another version of fear-based marketing disguised as urgency. So how do you protect yourself? It's simple, but not easy. You have to pause, breathe. Ask yourself, is this thing really running out? Or are they just telling me it is? If something says only 3 left, refresh the page. Come back an hour. Does it still say that? If a clock is counting down on a sale, check the next day. Is the same sale still there? If something feels too urgent, stop and ask, who benefits from me rushing this decision? Because here's the truth. If something is truly valuable, it doesn't need a fake panic button attached to it.
The scarcity illusion works because it taps into the ancient part of your brain that still thinks we're out here fighting over berries and clean water. But now you're being nudged into impulse purchases, subscriptions, overpriced items, all by the illusion that you're going to miss your chance. You won't. Real opportunities, real value, don't come with blinking timers and disappearing carts.
Intermittent rewards. You ever find yourself scrolling through your phone, totally zoned out, but still tapping, still swiping, still checking, like you're chasing something? You're not sure what it is. A new message? A funny video? A notification you didn't even know you wanted? That's intermittent rewards at work. And once you realize how deep this loophole runs, it's honestly kind of disturbing. Let's break it down. Your brain loves rewards, not just big ones, even tiny ones. A like on your post, a buzz in your pocket, a little ding sound when someone texts you. That's your brain's favorite drug, dopamine. It's the chemical that makes you feel good when you get something you want. But here's the twist. When those rewards are predictable, your brain adjusts. You get used to it. You stop caring as much. But when the rewards come randomly, oh, that's a whole different story. Your brain goes into a kind of hyper-alert mode. It starts checking more often, craving more, hoping something good will show up next time, just like a slot machine. That's intermittent rewards, when something might happen, but doesn't always. And you keep trying because you don't know when the good stuff will hit. Sound familiar? It should. Social media is built on this. You post a photo. Sometimes it gets tons of likes. Sometimes crickets. But that one time it blew up, that's the hit. And now your brain is chasing that high. So you post again and again. You refresh, you check, you scroll, waiting for that sweet little dopamine burst. Even when it doesn't come, you keep checking. That's what makes this loophole so powerful. It's not about getting rewarded every time. It's about getting rewarded sometimes, just enough to keep you coming back. Want to know where this comes from? Rats. Yeah, literal rats in a box. Psychologists in the 1950s discovered that if you give a rat a lever to press for food, and it always gives a pellet, the rat presses it when hungry. No big deal. But if the food comes randomly, like sometimes the rat gets nothing, sometimes it gets a pellet, sometimes it gets two, the rat goes absolutely wild. It presses that lever over and over, obsessively. It becomes addicted, not to the food, but to the chance of getting food, the uncertainty. Sound like any app you use? Think of TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. Most videos are meh, but once in a while you find something hilarious or inspiring or super relatable. That surprise moment is the reward, and your brain wants another one. So you keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. You didn't plan to waste an hour, but your brain got stuck in the reward loop. Even dating apps work this way. Swipe, 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 nothing. Then suddenly, ding, a match. Just one. Maybe it goes somewhere. Maybe it doesn't. Doesn't matter. That one little hit makes you keep swiping, because maybe the next one is even better. And the craziest part is, this isn't accidental. It's designed. App developers know intermittent rewards are addictive. They've studied how casinos work, slot machines, roulette wheels, scratch tickets, and they've built the exact same psychological mechanisms into your phone, into your games, into your feeds. They want you hooked. And it's not just tech. Loyalty cards at coffee shops. Buy 10, get 1 free. Except sometimes they throw in a random bonus. Hey, you've earned a free drink today. You weren't expecting it, and that surprise makes you more loyal. You start associating the brand with that little dopamine rush. Even email marketing does it. Most of the time your inbox is boring, but occasionally there's a discount, or a gift, or a just-for-you deal. And suddenly you're clicking through, even though 90% of the time it's junk, because the uncertainty keeps you curious. Here's the part no one wants to admit. Intermittent rewards train your brain like a lab rat. You stop acting with intention. You stop asking, do I need this? And start asking, what if I miss something? That's the loop. And once your brain is in that loop, time disappears. Self-control fades. You don't even feel like you're being manipulated. You just feel like you're checking real quick. But it's not quick, because your brain doesn't know how to walk away when the reward might still be coming. Ever watch someone pull a slot machine lever 40 times in a row? They're not having fun. They're stuck. Same goes for the endless scroll. So how do you break the loop? First, recognize it. If you find yourself checking something over and over, a feed, an inbox, a game, a dating app, ask yourself, what exactly am I waiting for? And then ask, how often does it actually deliver? Second, start noticing how you feel when you use these things. Are you satisfied or just hoping? Because that feeling of hoping, that's not you. That's the loophole hijacking your reward system. That's the invisible casino in your pocket, feeding you just enough crumbs to keep you spinning the wheel. But once you see it, once you name it, it gets a lot harder to fall for. The Flattery Effect. Okay, quick question. Have you ever met someone who complimented you just a little too much, like they were laying it on thick? Wow, you're so smart. Or, you're seriously one of the most interesting people I've ever talked to. And even though part of you thought, all right, this feels a little over the top, another part of you kind of liked it? Yep, that's not just your ego. That's a psychological trap called the Flattery Effect, and it works way more often than people realize. Let's break it down. Your brain is wired to respond to praise, even if it's fake, even if it's exaggerated, even if it's obviously being used to manipulate you. Why? Because flattery lights up the reward centers in your brain. Compliments make us feel valued, seen, and most importantly, safe. Think about it. We're social creatures. Deep down, we want approval. We want to belong. So when someone tells us we're great, our brain treats that like a little hit of social safety. It doesn't always pause to ask, wait, is this sincere? It just goes, ooh, nice, I like this person. And that's the loophole. Because once you like the person flattering you, you're more likely to trust them.
more likely to say yes to what they want, more likely to overlook red flags, bad behavior, or shady intentions. That's why it's so powerful. It's not just about making you feel good, it's about lowering your defenses. Ever been in a store and the salesperson says, "You have a great eye for quality," or "That color looks amazing on you"? Even if you know they probably say that to every customer, you still feel a little boost, right? And then you buy something. That's not a coincidence. In marketing, flattery is used constantly. Ads don't just sell you products, they sell you identity. You deserve the best. You're not just any customer, you're our kind of customer. That's not just branding, that's strategic ego stroking, and it works. But it goes way beyond retail. Social media? Full of it. Influencers telling their followers they're the best community ever. Politicians calling voters hardworking, intelligent citizens. Online dating profiles that start with, "You seem like someone really special." Even if it's generic, it hits. Here's the creepy part. Even when we know the flattery is fake, it still works on us. Studies have shown that people will react positively to compliments they know are insincere as long as the compliment is positive enough. Why? Because your emotional brain hears "you're great," and your logical brain's like, they're probably just saying that, but the emotional part wins every time. We want to believe the good stuff. Ever had someone flatter you and later ask for a favor, a loan, a job referral? Suddenly that over-the-top compliment doesn't feel so innocent anymore. But by then, you're already hooked. You feel guilty saying no because they were so nice, right? That's what makes the flattery effect so dangerous. It doesn't feel like manipulation. It feels like appreciation. But what it's really doing is softening your judgment. Think about cult leaders, scam artists, even abusive partners. One of the first things they do? Lavish praise. Tell you you're different, special, smarter than other people. No one understands me like you do. You're so intuitive, you just get it. At first, it feels amazing. You feel seen. But it's not admiration. It's bait. Once you're emotionally invested, they can start asking for things. Time, loyalty, money, forgiveness for behavior that crosses the line. And it's hard to say no because they made you feel important, like rejecting them would be rejecting someone who believed in you. And yeah, sometimes it's harmless. Sometimes a compliment is just a compliment. But the flattery effect gets weaponized in ways that are subtle and strategic. Like job interviews, where a hiring manager tells you you're exactly the kind of person we've been looking for to nudge you toward a lower salary. Or network marketers telling you you're a natural leader, you'd kill it in this business. Or even ads that say people like you deserve more. It feels personal, but it's not. It's a script. And because we're humans, not robots, that script works over and over and over again. So what can you do about it? You don't have to become cynical or shut yourself off from praise, but it helps to ask a simple question when you feel yourself glowing from a compliment. What do they want from me? Not always in a negative way, just as a gut check. Is this about connection or persuasion? You can also start noticing patterns, like, does this person only say nice things when they're trying to sell you something? Do they compliment you after you hesitate? Is the praise weirdly specific for someone who barely knows you? That's not being paranoid. That's being aware. Because the flattery effect isn't always about boosting your confidence. Sometimes it's about bypassing your logic, making you trust too quickly, making you agree too easily, And if you're not watching for it, you'll end up saying yes to things you didn't want, buying stuff you didn't need, trusting people you shouldn't, all because someone told you exactly what you wanted to hear. So yeah, compliments are great, but when they come wrapped in manipulation, that's not kindness. That's a trap with sugar on top. Loss aversion pricing. Let me ask you something weird. Would you rather gain $50 or lose $50? Easy, right? Most people say, well, duh, I'd rather gain it. But here's the twist. Losing $50 feels about twice as painful as gaining $50 feels good. And that little imbalance in how we feel about gains versus losses, that's what makes you vulnerable to a pricing trick called loss aversion pricing. And yeah, it's being used on you all the time. Here's how it works. Humans are naturally wired to avoid loss, like deeply, emotionally, irrationally wired. We hate the idea of missing out, giving something up, or losing value. So when a product, service, or offer is framed as something you might lose if you don't act fast, your brain kind of panics. Not consciously, subconsciously. Suddenly, instead of thinking, do I actually want this? Your brain is thinking, I don't want to lose this deal. And that, right there, is the psychological trap. Let me show you what it looks like in the wild. Ever seen a sale with the words, don't miss out, or only 2 left, or price goes up tomorrow? That's loss aversion at work. They're not just showing you a price, they're showing you what you lose if you don't buy now. They could have said, buy now and save $20. But instead they say, if you wait, you'll have to pay $20 more. That's not the same thing. Emotionally, they hit completely different. See, your brain doesn't like the idea of giving something up. And businesses know this. So instead of giving you a reason to want the product, they give you a fear of losing access to the product, or the deal, or the bonus, or the lower price. Suddenly, you're not thinking logically anymore. You're thinking emotionally, urgently. You're not evaluating value, you're avoiding loss. And it's not just in shopping. Ever signed up for a free trial, like Netflix or an app, and then forgot to cancel? That's not accidental. That's loss aversion pricing. They let you have something free, but once you get used to it, the idea of losing it feels worse than the idea of paying to keep it. So you pay, even if you didn't plan to, even if you don't really use it. You just don't want to lose it. That's also why subscription services don't say, you're starting a $9.99 monthly plan. They say, start your free trial, cancel anytime. Because they know once you have the thing, the idea of losing it feels like a punishment, and your brain hates punishment. Want to hear something even sneakier? Some companies raise their prices on purpose just to show you a discounted offer later. Like, regular price is $120. Your price is $89 today only. Except, it was never $120. They just made that number up to trigger the pain of loss. So instead of thinking, is this worth $89? Your brain is thinking, I'm saving $31. I don't want to miss that. The value disappears. The discount becomes the focus. And if you've ever gotten an email that says something like, your discount is expiring, or this offer will be gone by midnight, guess what? That's not urgency. That's manufactured loss. It's playing on your brain's irrational need to avoid missing out. It's even used in tipping culture.
Ever seen a payment screen at a coffee shop that suggests tip amounts like 15%, 20%, and 25%, but the default one is already selected? That's not just about generosity. If you unselect it, it feels like taking something away, like you're removing money from someone who already had it. That's loss aversion too, and it's effective. You'll find it in travel sites like only one seat left at this price, in dating apps like see who liked you, don't lose your chance, in event ticketing like 5 others are viewing this ticket right now, and pretty much every Black Friday ad ever. Even airlines use it. Want to keep your checked bag and seat selection? Don't downgrade to basic economy. They're not offering you upgrades, they're warning you about what you'll lose. So why does it work so well? Because your brain reacts more strongly to threats than to rewards. That's survival instinct. In the wild, losing your food or shelter was more dangerous than finding something new. So evolution shaped your brain to prioritize avoiding loss over seeking gain. But in modern life, that survival instinct gets hijacked by pricing tricks. Marketers don't need to convince you something is worth buying. They just need to convince you that not buying it feels like giving something up. That's a totally different kind of pressure. And it works scarily well, even when you know it's happening. You ever see a pop-up that says, "Wait, don't close this tab, here's 10% off," and suddenly you feel tempted to stay? Or canceling something online, and they say, "Are you sure? You'll lose access to your files." That hesitation you feel, that's loss aversion, whispering, "You're sure you want to do this?" So what can you do? Here's the trick. When you feel urgency, that I might lose something feeling, hit pause. Ask yourself, would I want this even if the discount or deal didn't exist? If the answer is no, you just dodged a mental trap. Loss aversion pricing doesn't care if you need the thing. It just wants to make not buying it feel like a mistake, a punishment, a loss. But if you see through it, really see it, you take the power back. Remember, it's not about what you're saving. It's about whether you were ever going to spend in the first place. Neuromarketing sounds. The sounds that sell to your brain. Okay, real talk for a second. Have you ever wondered why opening a soda can sounds so satisfying? That little psh pop, followed by the fizzy bubble crackle? Why does that feel good, like too good for what's actually happening? Or why do modern cars, especially electric ones, play fake engine sounds inside the cabin? Or why does that cha-ching sound in mobile games give you a little dopamine kick? That's not an accident. That's neuromarketing with sound. A quiet form of psychological manipulation you probably never notice, but it absolutely messes with your decisions. See, your brain doesn't process sound passively. Sound goes straight to your limbic system, the emotional part of your brain, faster than visuals or words. You don't have to think about it. You just feel it. That's why music makes you cry, or why alarms make your heart race. Sound hits deep, and marketers, oh, they know. Let's start with packaging. Have you ever noticed how certain chip bags crinkle louder than others? That sharp, crinkly sound isn't a byproduct. It's designed to make your snack feel fresher, crunchier, more premium. In tests, people rated chips as tastier when they were played louder crunching noises, even though it was the same chip. Even the sound of opening the bag itself, the tearing, has been tested to trigger anticipation. Your brain hears freshness. You feel rewarded. Same thing with credit card machines. That little beep
When your card is accepted, it's tuned to a pleasing frequency, usually somewhere between 500 and 800 hertz, because those tones feel more positive than lower or harsher ones. Some brands even customize this, so when you check out at Target or Starbucks, it sounds a tiny bit more pleasant than at other stores, just enough for your brain to associate that checkout sound with good feelings. Buying equals good. Neuromarketing sound is also why every coffee shop plays the same lo-fi jazz or indie acoustic playlist. Ever notice that? It's not just vibes. Slow, mellow music makes people linger. When you linger, you spend more. Research shows that diners eat faster and spend less in restaurants playing loud, fast music, and more when it's soft and slow. Oh, and about those soda sounds. Coca-Cola literally studied the fizz sound of their drinks. They found that the crisp pop and bubbly fizz trigger associations of refreshment, cleanliness, and satisfaction. It's part of the reason soda commercials always zoom in on the sound of the can opening and the bubbles rising. You don't just see refreshment, you hear it. Even tech companies are in on this. Apple spent millions designing the sound of the Mac startup chime. It's not just a sound, it's trust, reliability, comfort. You hear it and your brain says, okay, safe, familiar. Think about video games too. You ever open a treasure chest in a game and get that sparkly reward sound? It doesn't matter what you won. That sound alone is designed to hit your dopamine receptors like a Pavlovian bell. Your brain goes, ooh, I did good, even if the prize is junk. That's how mobile games get you addicted. They pump you full of reward sounds. Level up, ding, coin, cha-ching, daily login, ta-da! These aren't just random. They're sonic dopamine cues. And the more you associate sound with reward, the more you keep playing or spending. Let's get weirder. Even car doors. Yeah, luxury car brands actually fake the sound of their doors closing. BMW, Lexus, Mercedes, they tune it to sound heavier, more solid, more expensive. The sound engineers literally add weighted thuds to make it feel like the car is built like a tank. Same door, different sound equals completely different perception of quality. And in airports, ever notice the background music is almost always soothing classical or ambient tones? That's not just to relax you, it's to calm spending anxiety. You're stressed, you're tired, you don't want to spend $11 on a sandwich, but the music tells your brain, shh, it's fine, you deserve this. So you spend, and you feel better about it. Even silence is part of the manipulation. Some luxury stores like Rolex, Apple, or high-end boutiques use quiet on purpose. No music, just the soft rustle of bags or faint footsteps. Why? Because silence creates tension. It puts you in a space where every sound matters, and suddenly you feel like you're in a museum. That raises perceived value. You behave differently. You shop slower. You take it more seriously. Sound can even change taste. No joke. Researchers found that food actually tastes sweeter when accompanied by high-pitched sounds and more bitter with lower frequencies. That means restaurants can literally alter your flavor experience with the music they play. Sneaky, right? Oh, and let's not forget ads. That tiny sound cue at the end of an ad, that brand sonic logo, like McDonald's bada bada bada, that's neuromarketing gold. It works like a memory trigger. You don't have to see a burger. Just hear the jingle and your brain fills in the rest. Hunger, fun, childhood, fries. It's audio conditioning. And here's the wild part. You can't turn it off. Even if you know it's being used on you, your emotional brain still reacts. You still feel the satisfaction from the soda fizz, the security from the engine hum, the pleasure from the "you just earned a badge" sound.
Your brain isn't just hearing these things, it's being guided by them, nudged, manipulated, controlled quietly. Anchoring high. How you're tricked into thinking something is a bargain. Let's play a quick game. Imagine I tell you I'm selling a watch for $700. You glance at it. Nice, sleek, decent brand, but not mind-blowing. $700 feels a little steep, right? But now imagine I say, this watch used to be $2,000. It's on sale today for just $700. All of a sudden, that same exact watch suddenly feels like a deal, like you're getting away with something, even though nothing actually changed except your perception. That's anchoring. And when it's used aggressively, what we're talking about here is called anchoring high. It becomes one of the most effective psychological loopholes for getting you to spend way more than you planned. Here's the trick in plain English. The first number you see sets the tone for everything else. That first number becomes your mental anchor, and your brain starts comparing everything that comes after to it, whether it's reasonable or not. Let me show you how deep this goes. You walk into a store and see a leather jacket. Tag says $500, slashed out. New price, $299. You don't even know what brand it is yet, but your brain is already whispering, hey, that's a $500 jacket. You'd be saving $200. Is it really worth $299? Who knows? You haven't even touched it. But your brain is locked on that anchor. You're now judging it based on the $500 starting point. This works on literally everything. Watches, TVs, mattresses, shoes, laptops, headphones, you name it. Even in restaurants. You open the wine menu. The first wine listed? A $250 bottle. You're never buying that, of course, but now when you see one for $65, it suddenly feels reasonable. Why? Because you're not comparing it to real life, you're comparing it to the $250 wine you saw first. That's anchoring. Want to see it in action online? Look at how almost every retail website sets up its pricing. They'll say, originally $349, now $179. You save $170. That original price is often completely made up or inflated. It's not what they ever expected to sell it for. It's just an anchor. They want that high number stuck in your head first, so the sale price looks like a steal, even if it's still more than it's worth. Even worse? Sometimes the product was never actually sold at the higher price. They're just showing it as a fake discount to anchor your expectations. And here's where it gets sneakier. Anchoring isn't always about money. It can also mess with your judgment in other ways. Ever seen a real estate listing that starts with something like, this mansion, once valued at $4.5 million, is now on the market for just $2.2 million. Your brain starts thinking, wow, this must be a good deal. I mean, it was 4.5 M before. You don't ask, who valued it at 4.5 M, or why did it drop, or what's it actually worth now? Nope, you're locked in. The anchor already did its job. Same in job offers. If you hear someone made $150K in your field, then you get an offer for $90K, it feels low, even if that's average, because your anchor is up high. And here's the wild part. Anchoring can mess with people even when they know they're being manipulated. There was this experiment. Researchers spun a random wheel of numbers, then asked people to guess how many African countries are in the UN. If the wheel landed on a high number, like 65, people guessed higher. If it landed on a low number, like 10, people guessed lower. Even though the number was totally random, it still anchored their thinking. Same with negotiations. Ever wonder why sellers open with a ridiculously high price in bargaining? It's not because they expect to get that number. It's because it locks your brain into a higher range. If they say $1,000 and you say $500, you're still operating around their anchor. If they started at $600 instead, you'd probably have said $300. Anchoring high gives them control. Even your favorite subscription services do this. Ever seen a pricing page that looks like this? Premium, $99 a month. Standard, $49 a month. Basic, $19 a month. You weren't going to pick the premium plan. That's just there to make the standard plan feel cheaper by comparison. It's the same trick, setting your anchor high so you gravitate toward the middle and feel smart for not going too cheap. You're not alone. Your brain's doing what it always does, comparing, not evaluating. You don't judge value in isolation. You judge it against the first thing you saw. So how do you fight it? You train yourself to pause when you see something that feels like a great deal. Ask yourself, compared to what? Is this number real? Do I even want this? Or do I just feel like I'm saving money? Because anchoring doesn't change the product. It just changes how your brain feels about the product. And that feeling, that little rush you get when you think you're getting a bargain, that's the part they're selling. The infinite scroll trap. Why you can't look away. Let's be honest. How many times have you opened Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, whatever, and told yourself just 5 minutes? Then suddenly it's 45 minutes later and your eyes are dry, your thumb is sore, and you're not even sure what you just watched? That's not your lack of willpower. That's a deliberate trap. It's called the infinite scroll, and it's one of the most powerful psychological loopholes ever built into your daily life. Not exaggerating. This one doesn't just waste your time, it hijacks your brain's reward system and holds it hostage. Here's how it works. Your brain loves a thing called completion. Whether it's finishing a to-do list or hitting the bottom of a page, that little moment of closure gives your mind a dopamine hit. It's satisfying, clean, done. Now imagine a system that removes the done part completely. A feed that never ends. No page numbers, no bottom, no boundaries. That's the infinite scroll. And it was engineered to make you lose track of time, to keep you in a low-effort, auto-scrolling daze. You don't make choices anymore. You just react to whatever pops up next. And every swipe, every flick of the thumb, it's like pulling a slot machine lever. That's not a coincidence either. This whole thing is modeled after casino psychology. You keep scrolling because you might get something amazing on the next swipe. A hilarious post, a juicy drama, something shocking, something emotional. And if it's not the next one, maybe it's the one after that, or the next. That's called intermittent reinforcement, and your brain is hopelessly addicted to it. It's the same thing that keeps gamblers glued to the machine. You don't know when you'll get rewarded, so you keep going, just one more time. And the really creepy part, you'll scroll even when the content isn't that good. Ever notice that? You're not even entertained anymore, you're just stuck. You're swiping through average, boring, even bad posts, and still not putting your phone down. Why? Because the possibility of something better keeps dangling in front of you. That hit of dopamine could come at any moment, and your brain refuses to leave a reward loop unfinished. Apps know this. Developers bank on this. The more time you spend inside their app, the more ads you see, the more data they collect, the more money they make. An infinite scroll is their secret weapon. It's invisible and it works on everyone. You don't need to like the content. You just need to believe something better might be coming up next. Here's another weird side effect. When you're stuck in infinite scroll mode, you stop thinking critically. You don't evaluate what you're consuming. You don't question the source. You're not even aware of how long you've been scrolling. You go passive, numb, and in that state, you're easier to manipulate. Political messages? You'll absorb them. Ads? You'll watch them longer than you think. Biased content? It starts to feel normal. Emotional posts? You'll get more reactive even if you don't notice it. Your brain is vulnerable when it's running on autopilot, and that's exactly where infinite scroll wants you to keep you. Oh, and don't think this is just a social media thing. Shopping apps use infinite scroll. News apps, video sites, Reddit, YouTube's autoplay, that's the same loop in disguise. Even some job search platforms now have endless scrolling results. The goal is always the same. Don't give you a natural exit point. Because if they give you a bottom of the page, that's the moment you might actually leave. You might decide, I'm done. That's enough. But if it never ends, if there's always one more thing to see, then you'll stay longer and longer and longer. Now, here's a little experiment to try on yourself. Next time you're scrolling, try asking, what am I even looking for? If you can't answer that question, you're in the trap. You're scrolling without purpose. You're feeding the loop. Here's another one. What did I actually gain from the last 10 minutes of scrolling? It's not meant to make you feel guilty, but it's just to bring your brain back online, because infinite scroll only works when your critical thinking is asleep. And look, this doesn't mean you can't enjoy your feed or unwind, but when you don't realize what's happening, that's when it's dangerous. That's when hours disappear. That's when you start thinking, where did my evening go? And even worse, it starts to rewire your attention span. Because when your brain gets used to short, high-stimulation bursts of content with zero effort, it becomes harder to focus on stuff that actually matters. Reading, thinking, creating, even having conversations. Ever tried watching a movie lately and found yourself grabbing your phone during the quiet scenes? Yeah, that's the scroll trap at work. Your brain gets hungry for the next dopamine hit, and movies feel too slow now. So what can you do? Honestly, you have to build your own endpoint. Apps won't give it to you. Set a timer. Use tools that block infinite scroll. Read instead of scroll. Or try this brutal one. Use websites with page numbers again. You'd be amazed how refreshing it feels to know there's a finish line. Because infinite scroll isn't just a design choice. It's a psychological weapon. A loophole built to keep you trapped. And the longer you stay in the loop, the less you realize you're even in it.
Parasocial manipulation, when you care more than they ever will. Let's talk about something weird. Do you ever feel like you know someone online? Like, really know them? You know their voice, their expressions. You've watched them laugh, cry, rant, maybe even grow over time. You've followed them for years. You defend them in comment sections. You root for them. You feel protective, even proud. But here's the twist. They don't know you, not even a little. And that's not your fault. That's how parasocial relationships work. They're one-sided emotional bonds, totally real on your end, but completely invisible on theirs. But the creepy part, some people and entire industries are manipulating this exact feeling to control how you behave. Let's break this down. Parasocial relationships were first studied in the 1950s, when TV hosts and radio personalities started to feel familiar to audiences. People would say stuff like, "Oh, I feel like I know him," after watching the evening news. That was new back then. But today, it's a full-blown psychological trap. Social media has taken parasocial connections and cranked them up to 100. Why? Because platforms now blur the line between celebrity and friend. You see behind-the-scenes clips. You get personal updates. You hear confessions, heartbreaks, morning routines, late-night thoughts. It's all designed to feel intimate, like a real friendship. But here's the uncomfortable truth. You are being treated like a customer, not a friend. Many influencers and brands have learned how to weaponize your emotional bond with them. They learn what makes you feel seen. They know how to trigger your sympathy. They know how to get you to act, to comment, to share, to buy, to defend them no matter what. It's subtle, and it works. Ever seen a content creator get canceled but still manage to rally an army of loyal fans behind them? That's parasocial manipulation. They cry on camera. They use soft lighting. They say just enough to seem vulnerable, but not enough to take full accountability. And people eat it up. They're just human, fans say. They made a mistake. Let's forgive them. If a stranger did that, you might not care. But someone you followed for years, someone you feel close to, you're way more likely to give them a pass. Now think about how this works in marketing. Some influencers will talk to you like you're their best friend. Hey babe, just wanted to share this with you because I love you guys so much. And then, boom, here comes the link, the product, the affiliate code, the call to action. It feels soft, personal, harmless, but make no mistake, they are cashing in on your emotional attachment to them. You trust them not because they showed you lab results or objective proof, but because they've built a one-way relationship with you over time. And it feels real because your brain can't tell the difference. That's the dangerous part. Your brain treats parasocial bonds almost the same way it treats real-life friendships. It lights up the same emotional pathways. It stores their voice like it stores a friend's voice. That means when they speak, it hits deeper. They say, "I'd never lie to you." You believe them. They say, "This changed my life." You buy it. They say, "If you really support me, you'll do this." You act because it feels like loyalty. But ask yourself this. Have they ever checked in on you? Do they know your name, your story, your struggles? Because that's what real relationships look like. Parasocial ones are all output. You give, they take. And no, this doesn't mean you shouldn't follow people you like. There's nothing wrong with enjoying creators, learning from them, laughing with them. But the moment they start using your emotional bond to manipulate you, whether for money, attention, or control, that's when it turns dark. Here's a classic trick you'll see. A creator posts something vague, like, "I wasn't going to say anything, but you guys deserve to know what's been happening. I'm shaking as I write this." It's baked. It triggers concern. It pulls on your empathy. And you're suddenly sucked in, not because you care about the facts, but because you care about them. And guess what? You are now primed to support them emotionally and financially without question. That's parasocial manipulation at its finest. It skips logic, goes straight to your emotional core. And let's be real, this isn't just about influencers. Politicians do it. CEOs do it. Even AI bots are starting to mimic emotional language to build connections. The goal? To make you feel seen. So you'll trust, so you'll follow, so you'll obey. Scary, right? Because once someone controls your emotions, they control your behavior. And if they can do that without ever meeting you, without ever caring about you, that's not a relationship. That's a trap. The Zeigarnik loop, The mental itch that won't let you go. Ever opened an app just to check one thing, and then boom, you're still there 45 minutes later? You barely remember what you came for. You just keep scrolling, watching, clicking. And even when you try to leave, something in your brain's like, just one more. Don't stop now. You're not done. You're not crazy. You're just caught in something called the Zeigarnik loop. Sounds fancy, right? But here's what it really means and why it's being used to mess with your head. Back in the 1920s, a psychologist named Bluma Zeigarnik noticed something weird while sitting in a cafe. She saw that waiters could remember unfinished food orders with perfect clarity. But the moment an order was delivered and done, they'd forget it almost instantly. She was like, so the brain holds on to open tasks more than closed ones? Boom! The Zeigarnik effect was born. Basically, your brain hates unresolved things. It obsesses over them. Unfinished stories, incomplete puzzles, half-read notifications, open loops. Your mind treats them like mental itches, stuff you have to resolve before you can move on in peace. Now ask yourself this: how many apps, games, shows, and websites are built entirely around that? Let's take Netflix. You watch one episode. It ends with a cliffhanger. Before you can even think, the next one starts in 3, 2, 1. That's the Zeigarnik loop. You weren't given closure. Your brain needs it, so you keep watching. Now think about TikTok or YouTube Shorts. A 30-second video ends, and your thumb's already flicking up to the next one. Not because you need it, but because none of them really finished the mental experience. They just stacked 100 open loops on top of each other until you lose track of time. Ever seen a headline like this? She opened the door, and what happened next shocked everyone. Yeah, that's not just clickbait. That's a weaponized Zeigarnik trap. They give you a teaser, just enough to trigger curiosity, and then withhold the resolution. Your brain goes, oh, fine, I'll click, because it hates being left hanging. And guess who else loves this effect? Game developers. Have you ever stopped playing Candy Crush with everything cleared? Probably not. You leave when you're stuck, or when you almost beat the level, or when you're waiting for life to refill. That's not bad luck. That's intentional. They leave the loop open so you'll come back, so you'll think about it later, so you'll stay addicted. Same with Duolingo. It's not just teaching you Spanish. It's poking your brain with unfinished streaks and uncompleted lessons and progress bars that scream, "You were so close yesterday. Don't stop now." It's not about learning. It's about completion, or rather, the lack of it. And let's not even get into email. Why do you feel anxious when your inbox has 57 unread messages? Why does that little red bubble on your phone scream louder than a smoke alarm? Because your brain sees it as a loop left open. Even if it's spam, even if it's junk, that number triggers a mental itch. And what do? You check, you tap, you need it to go away. Now here's where it gets even darker. Companies know this works, so they intentionally leave things unresolved. They break your journey into steps. They give you progress bars that fill slowly. They show you a list of locked features or incomplete profiles. They tell you you're 80% done, just add your phone number to finish. Even if you never wanted to complete anything, you now feel weirdly compelled to. Why? Because you've entered a Zeigarnik loop, and your brain will not relax until that loop is closed. It gets you to do things you didn't plan to do. It keeps you on apps longer than you meant to be. It keeps you clicking, scrolling, swiping, returning, and repeating just so your brain can get the relief of closure. But here's the kicker. They never want you to feel fully satisfied. If they gave you a clean ending, a perfect resolution, you might leave. You might close the tab, walk away, unsubscribe. So they dangle the ending just out of reach. Every time. And the longer they keep you in the loop, the more control they have over your time, your attention, and your behavior. Ever binge a show until 3 a.m. and still not feel done? Ever doom scroll for hours and think, wait, what was I even looking for? That's not you being lazy or weak-willed. That's psychological design. That's someone opening a loop in your head and refusing letting you close it. Now imagine this happening across every part of your digital life. Notifications, ads, stories, updates, tasks, all carefully crafted to keep your brain slightly uncomfortable, slightly hooked, slightly restless, because a restless brain is an active brain, and an active brain spends more, stays longer, clicks more. Come back. So next time you feel that weird pull, the just one more reflex, ask yourself, what loop am I stuck in right now? And more importantly, who opened it? Variable delay dopamine, the maybe later drug your brain craves. Let's play a little game. You post something on Instagram, a selfie, a reel, a story, whatever. You close the app, and then what happens? 5 minutes later, you open it again. 10 minutes later, again, you're checking. Not even for likes exactly, but for that feeling, that buzz when you see a new heart or comment in your post. And here's the weird part. You don't even expect a like every time. You just hope one might be there. That's variable delay dopamine in action. It's one of the sneakiest tricks ever played on your brain, and social media, games, and even emails are using it like a drug. Here's what's going on under the hood. Your brain loves dopamine. That's the feel-good chemical, the one that says, hey, that felt nice, let's do it again. But it turns out, your brain releases more dopamine when the reward is unpredictable. Read that again. Not when the reward is consistent, not when it's guaranteed, when it's a maybe. That's called variable ratio reinforcement. And it was discovered in lab rats, believe it or not. Scientists gave rats a lever to press. Sometimes food came out, sometimes it didn't. No pattern, just random. And guess what? The rats became obsessed. They pressed that lever way more often than the ones who got food every time, or even on a schedule, because their brains were thinking, maybe this time, maybe now, just one more try. Sound familiar? Now let's zoom in on you. Every time you check your notifications, and maybe there's something waiting for you, that tiny random reward, it hijacks your brain's dopamine system. You open the app, nothing. Open it again later, boom, new like, new message, someone tagged you. Now your brain is like, let's keep checking, let's keep pulling the lever. Just like the rats. And the delay, that makes it even worse. See, if you got your likes instantly, your brain would adapt. It'd stop caring as much. But when the reward lags, when it shows up after a random delay, your brain gets stuck in a loop of hope plus waiting equals reward equals obsession. This is exactly why apps like Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook don't show you notifications right away. They stagger them. They release them in tiny bursts, so you'll keep coming back, checking, clicking, waiting. Ever notice how YouTube sometimes delays comments appearing under your video? Or how TikTok pushes old notifications hours later? It's not a glitch, it's a strategy. And it's not just social media. Email does it too. That little red bubble on your Gmail tab, that dopamine trap. You click it, even if you're not expecting anything important, just in case. Maybe someone emailed you something life-changing. Maybe it's spam. You don't know, and that's why you keep checking. Games use this trick constantly. Mobile games give you chests or bonuses, but only sometimes. You might win something epic, or you might get trash. The maybe is the hook. Slot machines? They are literally built on this principle. You pull a lever or press a button now, and the reward is random and delayed by flashy lights and sounds. That's not decoration, that's dopamine engineering. The randomness plus delay create anticipation, and anticipation is a dopamine goldmine. Even dating apps do it. You swipe, 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 and then maybe match. Not every time, not even most times, just enough to keep you chasing that next little hit. The reward is random, the delay is variable, the dopamine is real. Now here's the creepy part. This system bypasses logic. You know you're just checking your phone for nothing. You know there's probably nothing new. But your brain doesn't care, because it's not about what you're getting. It's about what you might get. And the chance of that tiny, unpredictable hit, that's more powerful than certainty. Even if you feel empty afterward, even if you regret wasting another hour, even if nothing came at all, your brain still says, let's try again. Because that one hit of dopamine, that one little surprise reward, trains your brain to keep chasing more. You're not addicted to the reward. You're addicted to the possibility of the reward. And companies know it. They design notifications to arrive late. They make rewards inconsistent. They keep the feedback loop just open enough to make you wonder, what if something shows up in the next 5 minutes? And so you scroll, you tap, you refresh, you chase a maybe. Because your brain is wired to love that rush of it could happen any moment now. Now imagine this happening 50 times a day, across apps, across platforms, across every part of your digital life. And each time your brain gets a little more trained, a little more hooked, a little more hungry for that feeling. So next time you find yourself checking your phone for the 12th time in an hour, pause and ask, am I expecting something or just hoping? And if it's just hope, well, that's variable delayed dopamine, and you've already been caught.
Reciprocity bombs. That free sample was never free. You ever walk past someone handing out free samples at a food court? You weren't even hungry. You were just there to get a phone charger. But they stop you, smile wide, and say, "Here, try this. It's free." So you take it. You chew it. It's all right. Not amazing. Not terrible. Then they follow up with, "Would you like to buy a box?" And suddenly you feel this weird pressure, like you owe them something. You're thinking, well, they were nice and it was free. I guess I'll take one. Boom. You just stepped on a reciprocity bomb. That little moment, that totally innocent-looking freebie, wasn't just generosity. It was psychological warfare. And it works on almost everyone. Let's break this down. The idea of reciprocity is ancient. It's built into our social DNA. If someone gives us something, anything, we feel like we have to give something back. It's automatic, reflexive, not even a choice. It's why you bring wine when someone invites you to dinner. It's why you write thank you cards after getting a gift. It's why you feel bad if someone buys you coffee and you don't return the favor next time. But here's the twist. Marketers, influencers, scammers, they've figured out how to weaponize that instinct. They create what I like to call reciprocity bombs. These are moments where they give you something small, just to make you feel indebted. And the second that little gift lands, boom! Now they've got leverage. Let's look at some examples. Ever get a free ebook just for entering your email? That wasn't a gift. That was bait. Because now, when they email you about their course or product or service, you're more likely to say yes. Not because the offer is great, but because your brain's like, well, they did give me something for free. And suddenly, your decision is no longer logical, it's emotional. You've been primed. Here's another one. Ever donate to a charity after they sent you free address labels in the mail? You didn't ask for those labels. You didn't want those labels. But now they're sitting in your drawer and you're thinking, I can't just take this and not give something back. Even if you never planned to donate, suddenly you feel that subtle guilt. That's reciprocity. It's also why influencers give away free game on TikTok or YouTube. They share tips, tricks, value, and after a few videos, they say, hey, if you got something out of this, consider checking out my paid course. And guess what? People flock to it. Not always because the course is amazing, but because their brain feels like it's returning the favor. And the really sneaky part, it doesn't have to be valuable. The free thing you get doesn't even need to be useful. Your brain just registers, they gave me something. And now there's a pressure to balance the scales. Even tiny gifts count. A hotel might offer you a free drink at check-in. A dating app might give you one free super like. A store might say, here's a coupon, just because. And before you know it, you're spending money, time, or attention you never planned to. Because reciprocity doesn't ask, was it worth it? It asks, did they give me something first? You ever wonder why content creators say, this video took hours to make, a like or sub would mean the world? It's not just a plea, it's a trigger. They're reminding you that they gave you something. They're setting off the reciprocity bomb. You feel like you have to pay it back somehow, even though you didn't ask for the content. Even though the whole platform is free, you feel it anyway. And don't even get me started on free trials. That's a delayed reciprocity bomb. They let you use the thing for 7 days, just long enough to feel like you owe it to them to keep going. Or worse, they hope you forget to cancel. But either way, the psychology is the same. We gave you something, now give us something back. Here's what's wild. Even when you know this trick is being used, it still works. You still feel it. You're still more likely to donate to a live streamer who says thanks for watching than one who says nothing. You're still more likely to tip the street performer who lets you take a video than one who doesn't. Because your brain isn't wired for fairness. It's wired for reciprocation. We're social animals. Thousands of years ago, if someone in your tribe shared food with you and you didn't return the favor, you were done, cut off, alone. So now, even in the age of Wi-Fi and TikTok, that same instinct still fires off. Someone gives something to you, even a crumb of attention, and suddenly your brain starts writing imaginary IOUs.
That's what makes reciprocity bombs so powerful and so dangerous. You might think you're making an independent choice, but really, you're just balancing an invisible emotional ledger someone else planted in your head. So the next time someone says, "Here, it's free," ask yourself, is it really? Or is the price just delayed? Micro-validation loops. Why you keep checking for likes even when you swear you don't care. Okay, let's just be honest for a second. Have you ever posted something, a selfie, a story, a tweet, and then closed the app like, whatever, I'm not going to check. And then, 5 minutes later, you're right back on it, refreshing, scrolling, checking to see if anyone liked it. You're not proud of it. You tell yourself you don't care. But some part of you does care, and it's not because you're vain. It's because your brain got hijacked by something called a micro-validation loop. It sounds super scientific, but it's honestly simple. It's a little cycle your brain falls into when you start chasing tiny signals of approval. Hearts, thumbs up, fire emojis, views, retweets, reactions. Tiny things, tiny rewards. But they're everywhere, and they add up. It starts with a trigger. You post something. Then you wait. Then you get a little ping, a notification. Your brain lights up. Dopamine fires, and boom, the loop begins. Here's how it plays out. You take an action, post a thought, a pic, a video. You anticipate feedback. Will people like it? You get a little approval. Even one like feels good. You want more, so you go back. Repeat, endlessly. It's not just about social media. This happens in messaging too. Ever send a risky text and just stare at the typing bubble? That's the loop. You're waiting for a signal that someone sees you, approves of you, likes you back. That tiny hit of "they responded." That's all it takes to keep your brain coming back. Now here's where it gets scary. This system isn't natural. It's engineered. Tech companies didn't accidentally build this. They studied it. They hired psychologists. They ran A/B tests. They figured out exactly how long to delay feedback to keep your anticipation just strong enough. Not too fast, not too slow. Just enough to make your brain lean forward wondering what's next. That anticipation, that's the crack in the system. That's where your brain gets stuck in the loop. The danger isn't that you want validation. We all do. The danger is that you start needing it in microscopic amounts constantly. You post a story, and 20 minutes later you delete it because no one saw it. You text someone, and if they don't respond in 5 minutes, you start spiraling. You check your comment section every 5 seconds, not even for engagement, but for a sign that someone noticed you. It becomes like a slot machine. You pull the lever, you hope for a like. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. But even when you don't, your brain says, maybe next time. And guess what? That's intentional too. Because when rewards are inconsistent, your brain craves them even more. That's how casinos work. That's how TikTok works. That's how basically every app on your phone works now. Micro-validation loops don't make you feel good. They make you feel tired, tied to your phone, tied to how people react, tied to how fast they respond, tied to this idea that if people aren't reacting constantly, something's wrong with you. And here's the kicker. The more you fall into the loop, the more your baseline self-worth drops.
Because now your brain doesn't ask, "Am I okay with myself?" It asks, "Why didn't anyone like this?" You start chasing approval that never fills you up. Because each tiny validation fades fast, so you post again, and check again, and tweak your behavior just to keep the loop going. It's subtle, but it's everywhere. Even dating apps are built on this. You match, you get a dopamine hit. You get unmatched, you crash. So you swipe more, looking for the next hit. The app doesn't care if you find love. It just wants you in the loop. And yeah, sometimes it's innocent. Sometimes a friend liking your post does give you a genuine smile. But over time, if you're not careful, the system turns that smile into a need, and then into a habit, and then into a dependency. So ask yourself this. Do you ever close an app and then reopen it without thinking? Do you ever post something and immediately want to take it down because it's not doing well? Do you ever check who viewed your story, even though you don't really care? That's the loop. It's already running. And the hardest part? You won't even realize it's controlling you because it feels like you are in control. You're not. The app is. The design is. The feedback system is. And until you break the loop by putting the phone down, muting notifications, or letting a post exist without obsessively tracking it, it'll keep pulling you back, like gravity, but invisible and designed. The digital Mirage Effect. Why you feel like everyone else is winning except you. You ever scroll through Instagram or TikTok or YouTube and feel like everyone has their life together except you? They've got the perfect apartment, the glowing skin, the chill job where they just took a client call from the beach, the relationship that looks straight out of a rom-com. They're eating clean, working out, traveling, growing, glowing, and somehow always smiling. And you're just lying on your bed, eating leftover chips, wondering how it's already midnight and you've done absolutely nothing. That feeling right there? That's the digital Mirage Effect. It's the illusion, the mirage, that life is better on the other side of the screen, that they have it figured out, that you're the one falling behind. But here's the truth. You're not seeing their life. You're seeing their highlight reel. You're not looking at reality. You're looking at a carefully filtered, curated, hand-picked version of it. And the problem is, your brain doesn't always know the difference. See, we evolved to compare ourselves to what we see. If your neighbor had more food, your brain went, how do I catch up? If someone in your village was stronger or faster, you paid attention. Maybe you could learn from them. That instinct made sense when your social circle was like 20 people. Now it's millions. And instead of comparing yourself to your friend down the street, you're comparing yourself to a 22-year-old millionaire who accidentally became famous for folding clothes on camera. That's not a fair comparison. But your brain doesn't know that. All it sees is, why are they so happy and successful and I'm not? You start to feel like you're behind, like you're missing something, like you need to catch up, fix yourself, hustle harder, or you'll never be enough. And the weirdest part? They're doing the same thing. The people you envy, they're comparing themselves to someone else's highlight reel. It's a loop, a chain reaction of insecurity. Everyone is comparing themselves to a polished illusion. That's what makes it a mirage. It looks real, it feels real, but the closer you get, the more it disappears. And the scary part is, we contribute to it. We don't post the ugly stuff. We don't share the anxiety.
We don't record ourselves crying in traffic or arguing with our parents or feeling lost at 2 a.m., but that stuff is real too. It just doesn't make it into the feed. So now you've got an entire digital world filled with polished smiles and soft lighting and good angles and just woke up like this energy, and no one knows what's real anymore. And your brain keeps trying to measure itself against the mirage. Should I be richer by now? Am I too late to figure it out? Why don't I look like that in the morning? Why don't I travel that much? Why am I not as happy as they are? And every time you feel that, every time you scroll and sink a little deeper into that quiet, low-grade shame, you get more controllable. Yeah, that's the dangerous part. Because when you feel like you're not enough, you're more likely to buy something that promises to fix you. Sign up for a course that claims to help you catch up. Click on that ad that says, "Finally feel confident." Follow someone who makes you feel like maybe if you just copy them, you'll be okay. The digital mirage creates dissatisfaction, and dissatisfaction drives engagement. It drives spending. It drives dependence. The more insecure you feel, the more you scroll. The more you scroll, the more insecurity you feed on. It's not accidental. It's a loop. And it's designed that way. The people designing these platforms know how to push your buttons. They know if you feel like you're falling behind, you'll keep coming back, chasing the next trend, the next fix, the next version of better. And the worst part, even if you do start posting your own polished highlights, even if people start thinking you have it all together, you'll still feel the same inside. Because deep down, you know what's real. You know what you left out of the frame. And you know you're still looking for something to fill the gap. So what do? You pause. You remind yourself, that person who just posted their perfect morning, they probably spent 30 minutes staging it. That couple with the dreamy vacation, they probably fought on day 2 and just didn't post about it. That influencer with the effortless glow-up, they probably took 40 photos and Facetune 5 of them. And that's okay. It doesn't mean they're bad people. It just means we're all trying to be seen. We're all just trying to matter. We're all fighting the same illusion. But the digital mirage gets dangerous when you forget that it's a mirage. So if you've ever caught yourself feeling behind, ugly, unsuccessful, unlovable, lazy, weird, or just not enough, pause, put the phone down, breathe, and remind yourself of what you're looking at isn't the truth. It's just a reflection of what we wish we were, not who we really are. Self-discrepancy exploitation. The silent shame button they keep pressing. Let's talk about a weird little trick that gets used on you almost every day, quietly, invisibly, and most of the time you don't even realize it's happening. It's called self-discrepancy exploitation. Sounds complicated, right? Don't worry, it's actually super simple. And once you see it, you'll start spotting it everywhere. Okay, imagine 2 versions of yourself in your head. First, the actual you, who you are right now, your habits, your job, your body, your income, your mood, what you're doing today. That's actual you. Then there's the ideal you, the one you wish you were. The version of you who wakes up early, never procrastinates, eats clean, works out, glows with confidence, always knows what to say, and somehow has a dream apartment and 6 figures in the bank. You with me so far? Now here's the trick. That gap between who you are and who you wish you were, that space between actual and ideal, that's your discrepancy. And that gap is exactly what gets weaponized against you. Because the bigger the gap feels, the more control someone can have over you. See, marketers, influencers, brands, even some coaches and wellness gurus, they know you feel like you're not enough. They know you've got that voice in your head saying, I should be better by now. I should be more productive. I should look better in photos. Why can't I just get my life together? And that's when they slide in with the fix. Want to be more confident? Here's the serum. Want to finally wake up early? Try this app. Want to get rich working from home? Just take this course. Still not married? This dating trick will change your life. They're not just selling a product. They're selling you the version of yourself you wish existed. And they don't need to lie about you being broken. They just need to remind you that you're not quite good enough yet. And let's be real, that hits hard. Because deep down, we all have insecurities. We all know we've messed up, slacked off, missed deadlines, skipped workouts, said the wrong thing, made bad choices. We know our own flaws better than anyone. So when someone shows us a shiny, perfect version of ourselves and says, "Don't worry, we can fix you," we listen. Even if we know it's a sales pitch, even if we suspect it's a trap. Because the message isn't, buy this thing. The message is, you'll finally feel like enough if you do. And here's where it gets darker. Sometimes the system doesn't want you to actually become your ideal self. Because if you did become that, if you actually felt whole, confident, satisfied, you'd stop buying, clicking, scrolling, chasing. So they move the goalposts. They shift the ideal you just a little further out. They make sure you're always one step behind. Lost 10 pounds? Congrats! But now you need abs. Got a promotion? Awesome! But why aren't you freelancing and traveling full-time yet? Built a morning routine? Great! But now you need a 6-figure side hustle and 10K followers. It never ends. Because if they let you feel finished, they lose control. This is self-discrepancy exploitation in action. They point to your dream self, then poke at the gap and say, "Oof, you've got work to do. Lucky for you, we can help. Just pay, subscribe, commit, obey." And you do. Because who doesn't want to feel like they're finally catching up? And look, it's not always evil. Some products do help. Some systems can improve your life. But the manipulation lies in how they're sold. Not by solving a problem, but by reminding you you're not enough without them. And when you're constantly living in that space between who I am and who I should be, you don't feel empowered. You feel ashamed. And shame is a powerful leash. It makes you easier to influence, easier to guilt, easier to sell to. It keeps you quiet. It keeps you compliant. And worst of all, it keeps you distracted from your actual growth. Because here's the honest truth. The real ideal you, they're not flawless. They don't wake up perfect. They're not some mystical Instagram version of you that exists if you just hustle harder. They're just you, minus all the fake pressure. Someone who's learning, healing, and doing their best, not chasing an endless list of shoulds. But you'll never hear that in an ad, because you as content doesn't sell very well.
The sunk time fallacy. How they trap you with your own effort. Let's say you're halfway through a movie, and it's bad. Not just boring bad, but like, who greenlit this script bad? You're not enjoying it, the plot makes no sense, and you'd honestly rather be doing literally anything else. But instead of turning it off, you say something like, "Well, I've already watched an hour. Might as well finish it." Sound familiar? That right there is the sunk time fallacy. And it doesn't just make you waste your night on bad movies. It's used in way bigger, sneakier, and more controlling ways than you probably realize. Let's break it down. The sunk time fallacy is this mental trap where you keep doing something not because it's working or fun or helpful, but because you've already spent time, effort, or money on it. It's like your brain doesn't want the investment to be wasted, so it doubles down instead of letting go. The logic is totally backwards, but it feels convincing in the moment. I've already dated them for 3 years. Can't give up now. I'm already 2 seasons into this show. Might as well see how it ends. I already bought this online course. I have to finish it even though it's useless. I've spent so much time building this Instagram account, I can't stop posting now. I've played this mobile game every day for 6 months. I can't just quit. See the pattern? It's not about what you're getting from it now. It's about what you've already poured into it. And that past effort holds you hostage. Now here's the messed up part. A lot of products, platforms, and services count on this. They're designed to trap you with sunk time. Because once you've invested just enough, you're way less likely to walk away. Take mobile games, for example. You start off playing for free. Fun enough. But then you level up, collect rewards, unlock characters. Maybe you even spend a couple of bucks here and there. Then suddenly the game gets harder, less fun, more annoying. But you think, I've already spent hours and a few dollars. I can't stop now. Boom, you're locked in. Or loyalty programs, like when a coffee shop gives you a stamp card. Buy 9, get the 10th free. Even if better coffee exists down the street, you keep going to the same place. Not because it's good, but because you're on punch number 6, and it would feel wasteful not to finish. Even toxic relationships can run on this fallacy. You've given time, love, energy. You've stuck it out through fights. So now, even when it's draining the life out of you, you think, but I've already sacrificed so much. If I leave now, it's all for nothing. And that's the emotional gut punch. Because the sunk time fallacy doesn't just mess with your logic. It plays with your guilt, your fear, your hope that maybe, just maybe, all this effort will eventually pay off. And here's where it gets even darker. Some systems are designed to strategically increase your investment just enough to make you stay longer than you want. Think of streaming platforms. Ever notice how they make you set up a whole watch list, create profiles, rate content, build a history? They're not just collecting data. They're making you build something, a mini version of your preferences. And once you do, it feels harder to cancel. Because now you're not just leaving Netflix, you're leaving your list, your history, your watch progresses. It's like throwing away a digital version of your time. And that stings. Or online communities and games where you level up the more you post, comment, or play. You're literally ranking yourself, climbing a ladder. So if you want to quit, it's not just walking away, it's throwing away hours, maybe years of status. So you stay, even when you're tired, even when it's not fun anymore. Now let's zoom in on how this gets used in manipulative relationships, both personal and professional. A manipulative boss might overload you with training, responsibilities, and meetings early on. You burn hours, you learn systems, you stay late.
Then, when the job turns toxic, they know it's harder for you to leave, because now you feel like all that work would go to waste if you quit. That's not loyalty. That's psychological handcuffs. And the same goes for sketchy online coaches or pyramid schemes. They often start by getting you to invest first: money, time, social media posts, your reputation. And then, once you're deep, they say, "Don't stop now, you're just getting started. Quitting now means you gave up. What will people think if you back out?" They shame you into staying. Not because it's good for you, but because you're easier to control when you're too scared to walk away. Here's the truth, though. Time you've already spent is gone no matter what. You can't get it back. So the real question isn't, will this waste my past? It's, does this deserve my future? Let that sink in. Because every minute you keep doing something you hate just to justify the time you've already wasted is just more wasted time. And the longer you wait to cut your losses, the bigger the loss becomes. So if you've been dragging something along out of guilt or obligation, maybe it's time to ask yourself, would I choose this again if I were starting today? If the answer's no, you already know what to do.
Identity fragmentation. When you forget who you really are, because they want you to. Okay, quick question. Are you the same person with your parents as you are with your friends? What about online, or at work, or when you're alone? If you answered no to at least one of those, guess what? You're completely normal. But here's the twist. There's a difference between adapting who you are in different settings and losing track of who you are altogether. That's what identity fragmentation is all about. It's when you start to split your sense of self into too many pieces. And it's not always by choice. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's being done to you on purpose. Let's start simple. Every person naturally has different modes, right? You're chill and sarcastic with your best friend. You're formal and filtered in a job interview. You're slightly dead inside on Zoom. That's fine. That's just social survival. But now imagine this. Every platform, every app, every digital space you use starts demanding a different version of you. Instagram wants you to be confident, curated, and aesthetic. LinkedIn wants you to be serious, impressive, employable. TikTok wants you to be funny, relatable, and trending. Facebook wants you to care about old classmates and family drama. Twitter, or X, or whatever it is today, wants you to have hot takes and survive pile-ons. And your email wants you to sound like a polite robot. So what happens? You start splitting. You build little versions of yourself that only exist in those spaces. And slowly, without realizing it, your actual whole self starts to fade. That's identity fragmentation. It's like psychological Jenga. You remove a little piece here, a little piece there, rebuild somewhere else, until you're not sure which version of you is actually you anymore. But here's the deeper layer. This fragmentation, it makes you easier to control. Because a fragmented identity is insecure. It second-guesses itself. It relies on external feedback to know who it's supposed to be in each space. And when you're constantly looking outside yourself for approval, likes, comments, validation, belonging, you become vulnerable to influence. Let's say you post something online and it flops. No engagement. You start to think, did I do something wrong? Was I too much? Too little?
Should I be more like insert person here? Or maybe you get rewarded for a certain persona, like always being hyper-positive or edgy or quirky, and now you feel pressure to stay that way even when you're not feeling it. Why? Because that version of you works. And when one version of you gets approval while others get silence or criticism, you start prioritizing the version of you that gets applause, even if it's the least real. You stop asking, what do I want to express, and start asking, what do people want to see? That shift right there is what marketers, platforms, influencers, and even employers quietly love. Because when your identity is fragmented, you're easier to market to, easier to steer, easier to sell a solution to a problem they helped create. They say things like, feeling lost? Here's a course on finding your personal brand. Not sure who you are? Take our quiz and buy our matching product. Burned out trying to be everything? Here's a 3-step identity detox program. You know what none of them tell you? That maybe the reason you feel scattered is because you've been performing algorithms and approval for so long you forgot what it's like to just be a whole person. No filter, no slogan, no content calendar. And look, this isn't about deleting your socials or living in the woods. It's about noticing the game. Because once you see how identity fragmentation works, you start spotting all the little ways you're being stretched thin. Like how job applications ask for your authentic self, but also your resume version. How dating apps make you compress your entire personality into a couple of witty lines and selfies. How even therapy apps now have you filling in mood check-ins and bios like a profile page. It's not just exhausting, it's disorienting. And when you're disoriented, you're easier to manipulate. You might join a group just to feel like you belong. You might buy a product that promises to make you feel whole. You might let someone else, an influencer, a boss, an app, define you just to feel less scattered. And guess what? That's the point. Because a person who's centered, confident, and connected to their full self is harder to sway, harder to sell to, harder to scare into conforming. But a person who's been fragmented across 10 platforms, 10 roles, 10 expectations, they're easier to mold. Here's the truth. You don't need to find your identity. You already have one. It's just been sliced up and scattered by systems that profit from your confusion. The work isn't reinventing yourself, it's reclaiming yourself. And you don't need an app, a brand, or a niche to do that. You just need space to ask, who am I when I am not performing for anyone? That version of you, that's the one they don't want you to remember.
Identity fragmentation. How scary headlines quietly hijack your loyalty. Okay, picture this. You're scrolling through your phone, maybe half awake, coffee in one hand, and boom, you see it. Everything you know is a lie. The truth the government doesn't want you to know. This group wants to destroy your way of life. And before you even finish the headline, something clicks in your brain. You feel your body tense up. Your stomach tightens just a little. Your eyes widen, and you probably don't even notice it happening. That right there is identity fragmentation in action. It's this sneaky psychological trick where certain kinds of media, especially sensationalist stuff, chip away at your sense of safety, unity, and identity on purpose. Why? Because when you're rattled, scared, or confused, you're easier to control. Let me explain. Your brain has this ancient system that flips on when it senses danger. It's survival wiring, fight, flight, or freeze. And when it kicks in, logic takes a back seat. The modern world doesn't usually throw wild animals at us anymore. But you know what does activate that fear center? Scary headlines, crisis language, imagined threats to your identity. Here's how it works. Let's say you're a student, or a parent, or someone who's proud of your culture, your beliefs, your job, whatever. You see a headline like, "They're coming for your kids." Your traditions are under attack. The system is rigged against you. Even if it's vague or exaggerated, your brain reacts like it's a real, immediate threat. Because it's not just words, it's your identity being attacked. And once that happens, you stop thinking clearly. You stop questioning. And most importantly, you start clinging to whatever group seems to be on your side. The creators of those headlines know this. They want you to feel cornered. Because when you do, you don't just become angry or scared, you become loyal. To them, to their channel, to their cause, to their merch, to their newsletter, to their way of seeing the world. And it doesn't even matter if the info is true, because at that point, it's not about facts. It's about belonging. Now here's where the fragmentation part comes in. Once they've activated your fear, they subtly start dividing you from others. People like us know the truth. People like them are sheep. If you don't feel outraged, you're part of the problem. Anyone who disagrees with this headline, they're brainwashed. It's classic us versus them. And slowly, you start to see people not as individuals, but as categories. You become less open to conversation, less willing to hear different opinions, and more likely to live inside a tight little echo chamber where everything you see confirms your fear. It feels like certainty, but really, it's just control. This happens across the board. Politics, religion, education, diet, even tech preferences. Ever notice how some communities are so fiercely loyal to their side, Apple versus Android, for example, that it stops being a preference and becomes a personality? That's identity fragmentation. And while some of it is harmless, a lot of it is engineered to make you addicted to conflict. Because fear keeps you coming back. You want updates. You want to stay informed. You want to make sure the threat hasn't gotten worse. And of course, the people feeding you the fear, they're happy to oblige. Because outrage equals attention equals money. It's not a bug, it's the business model. And here's the scariest part. The more fractured your identity becomes, the easier it is to plug in a new one. Something you didn't really believe in before starts to feel right.
because it's wrapped in language that makes you feel seen, and more importantly, safe. It's not always loud or obvious. Sometimes it's subtle, like real men think this way. Only smart people question that. If you care about your family, you'll support this. That's psychological manipulation dressed up as common sense. It works especially well on people who feel lost, or anxious, or overwhelmed by the chaos of life. Because when your world feels like it's cracking, you'll grab on to whatever piece still feels solid, even if that piece is just someone shouting scary headlines into a camera. Now, don't get me wrong. There are real issues out there, important ones. But the goal of this trick isn't to inform you. It's to divide you. Break you down into smaller and smaller identity bubbles until you stop trusting anyone outside your chosen group. That's when control becomes easy, because now they don't have to convince a crowd. They just have to manipulate your corner of it. And they know that if they can scare you just enough, you'll close the door behind you yourself. Here's the antidote. Next time you see a headline that triggers a strong emotional reaction, pause. Don't click immediately. Ask yourself, is this trying to inform me or activate me? Is this really about truth or loyalty? Do I feel more open or more cornered? If it's the second one, you're being pulled into a loop, not because of who you are, but because someone wants to control who you think you are. You don't have to play along.
Inoculation theory abuse. How you're being pre-vaccinated against truth. Let's talk about something sneaky. Not scary like a horror movie sneaky, more like a psychological Jedi mind trick sneaky. It's called inoculation theory. And the way it's abused, honestly, it's brilliant and terrifying at the same time. Imagine this. Someone tells you, you might hear people say that this product doesn't work, but they're just jealous and haven't used it properly. Boom! That's it. That one little sentence just did something to your brain. Now, even if you do hear someone later say, hey, this product is garbage, your brain is like, I already heard this. That's just the haters. That's inoculation theory at work. Basically, someone gives you a tiny, watered-down version of a criticism before you hear the real version. And that little preview makes you more resistant to the actual argument later, even if it's legit. It's a psychological vaccination. Like when you get a flu shot, they give you a harmless bit of the virus so your immune system learns how to fight it. But now imagine someone doing that with your opinions, feeding you a weak version of a challenge so that when someone tries to give you the truth later, you reject it without even thinking. That's inoculation theory abuse. And it happens everywhere. Ever joined a brand's loyalty group or fandom and heard stuff like this? People outside the community won't get it. They'll say we're crazy, but they don't see the full picture like we do. Or politicians saying, my opponents are going to lie about me. They always do. Don't fall for it. Or influencers saying, people are going to try to cancel me after this. Just wait. See how it works? They frame the criticism before it even exists. They hand you a tiny, flimsy version of the argument, one that sounds weak, exaggerated, or petty, so that when you hear the real thing, you've already built up mental defenses. You're not open to it. You've already decided it's nonsense. And what's wild is, it works even when you think you're smart enough to catch it, because it doesn't hit your logical brain, it hits your defense mechanisms. It wraps itself around your identity. You feel like you've done your research. You feel prepped, ready. But what you actually got was a rigged preview. And the real kicker? The fake argument you were given isn't just weak. It's designed to make the other side look ridiculous. Let's say there's a shady self-help guru. Before you even get to his comment section, he's like, look, people are going to call this a scam because they can't handle taking control of their lives. So now, if someone points out the red flags, like weird upsells or sketchy testimonials, you've already been conditioned to dismiss it. Your brain goes, oh, they're just part of that can-handle responsibility crowd he mentioned. And you don't even consider the evidence. You think you're being loyal, but really, you're being shielded from the truth on purpose. That's not protection, that's manipulation. It's used in cults all the time. Leaders will literally say, the outside world's going to try to deprogram you. They'll say we're a cult, but that's because they fear the truth we've uncovered. Once that's planted in your head, guess what happens? Your family tries to talk to you, friends express concern, and you push them away, thinking, here it is, exactly what I was warned about. You've been inoculated, not against lies, but against help. It's also everywhere in politics. You'll see one side say, the media is going to twist this, they always do, don't believe them when they say X. And then the media says X. Now, instead of thinking critically, people say, aha, here's the twist they warned me about, I won't be fooled. Even if it's true, even if it's important, people are trained to ignore it. That's how deep this runs. And let's be real, even regular companies do it. They'll say, people who don't get results just didn't follow the instructions. So when you hear someone say, hey, I tried this and it didn't work, you don't think maybe the product's flawed. You think they must have done it wrong, which is exactly what the brand wanted you to think. And the most dangerous part is, this kind of preloaded thinking feels like critical thinking. It feels like you're being objective, like you've considered both sides. But actually, you were never given a fair shot. The other side was distorted before it even had a chance to speak. So how do you break out of this? Here's the trick. Slow down your reaction. When someone warns you that critics are coming, pause. Ask yourself, are they giving me the full context of what critics are actually saying, or are they giving me a cartoon version of it? Am I being trained to ignore dissent without ever hearing it? It's okay to believe in something. It's not okay to be manipulated into thinking everyone else is automatically wrong. Because once someone owns your resistance, they own your beliefs. And if you've ever said, I knew people would say that, and used it as a reason not to listen, you might just have been psychologically inoculated. Moral credentialing. How being told you're good makes you easier to control. Let's say you just donated to a charity. You clicked that little button, felt the warm, fuzzy feelings, and then you got a thank you message. You're making the world a better place. You're a good person. Feels nice, right? Of course it does. We all like being the good guy, the helper, the hero in our own story. But here's where it gets messed up. That moment, right after you've done something morally good, that's when you're at your most vulnerable to manipulation. And the psychological trap behind this? It's called moral credentialing. Basically,
Once you've earned some moral points, your brain gives you a free pass. It goes, "You've been good. You can relax now. You're one of the ethical ones." And just like that, your guard drops. You're less skeptical, less reflective. You start to think of yourself as immune to bias or bad behavior because you already proved you're not that kind of person. That's where the trouble starts. Let's break it down. When someone praises your morality, especially right after you've done something positive, your brain gets this little ego boost. Not a big one, not full-on narcissism, but just enough that you start to think, "I'm a good person, and good people don't do bad things." And that tiny shift opens the door to all kinds of manipulation. Here's an example. Imagine a company sells eco-friendly products. You buy one reusable bag, and they tell you, "You're helping save the planet. You're the change we need." Now, the next time they offer you a $200 eco-starter kit or ask you to sign up for a recurring donation, your brain's already softened. You've got your green badge. You trust them. You think, "Well, I'm obviously one of the people who cares." You already feel like you're on the good side. So when they ask you for more, money, support, promotion, you say yes without questioning it. Even if the request doesn't make full sense. Even if the pricing is shady. Even if the product is barely sustainable at all. Because you're not evaluating the facts anymore. You're protecting your self-image. And the more you believe, "I'm a good person," the more blind you become to the possibility that you're being played. That's the dark side of moral credentialing. It takes your strengths, your desire to do good, and flips them into weaknesses. It happens in politics, too. You vote for a candidate who talks about justice and equality. You feel proud, empowered. Then, months later, that same politician pushes something sketchy, something that doesn't align with what you thought you voted for. But by then, you've already told yourself, "I'm the kind of person who supports the right causes." So instead of questioning the politician, you question your own doubts. You rationalize, you excuse, because it's painful to admit, "Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I trusted someone I shouldn't have." That would poke holes in your moral identity, and that's uncomfortable. So your brain avoids it. Same thing with social movements, lifestyle choices, even what brands you support. You sign one petition, recycle one bottle, share one post, and then when someone challenges the group or company you're supporting, you get defensive. Not because their criticism is wrong, but because you already staked your identity on the idea that you're on the good side. That's the danger. Moral credentialing makes you trust yourself so much that you stop double-checking who you're following. And here's another way it's used against you, in persuasion sales. Let's say a fundraiser stops you on the street. You donate a few bucks. They say, "That's amazing. You've done more than most people ever will." Now you feel great. You walk away glowing. A week later, they email you. "Hey, as one of our most dedicated supporters, we thought you'd be interested in our premium monthly donor club." And you don't think, "Wait, how did I go from $5 to a $50 a month commitment?" You think, "Well, yeah, I am one of the dedicated ones. That makes sense." Boom, gotcha. Because once you believe the label, generous, compassionate, thoughtful, you start living up to it, even if it costs you, even if you're being taken advantage of. Now here's the twist. You don't even need to do anything morally good to fall for it. Someone just has to tell you that you're a good person. You're one of the smart ones. You're the kind of person who sees through lies. You care more than most people. It's like they're handing you a little imaginary badge, and the second you put it on, you're primed, wide open, ready to follow because you're acting in line with who you think you are. That's why it's so dangerous in cults, scams, and manipulation-heavy communities. They love telling you you're a good person, because then when they ask you to look away, stay silent, or ignore your gut, you listen, because you think, they wouldn't ask me to do something bad. I'm not the kind of person who'd go along with something wrong. You've become your own blind spot. So what can you do? Start by watching for flattery with strings attached. If someone praises your character right before asking you to commit deeper, question it. Ask, am I doing this because it's right or because I want to feel right? Would I still do this if I didn't have the good person label attached? It's okay to want to be kind, generous, fair, loyal. Just don't let that desire make you easier to manipulate. Because when people keep telling you how good you are, sometimes what they really mean is, you're easy to influence, and you'll never see it coming. Narrative transportation, when a good story hijacks your brain. All right, let's do a little experiment. Imagine you're watching a movie. The main character is a young woman fighting against a corrupt system. She's poor, brave, and has a tiny, scrappy dog that follows her everywhere. You're hooked. You're rooting for her. Every time she's in danger, your heart races. Every time she gets knocked down, you want her to get back up. Now, here's the weird part. While you're totally immersed in that world, if the movie suddenly slips in a message like, people in power always lie, revolution is the only answer, you're way more likely to believe that message than if someone had just said it to your face in a speech or debate. That's narrative transportation. It's when a story is so good, so emotionally absorbing, that your critical thinking takes a little nap. You're not just watching the story anymore, you're inside it. And once you're in that state, messages hit differently. Your defenses go down. Propaganda sneaks right in under the radar. This is one of the oldest tricks in the manipulation playbook, and it still works like magic today. Because your brain loves stories. Stories have structure. They have characters to root for. They have villains, struggle, resolution, meaning. Your brain is wired to follow that pattern. It craves it. And when it finds it, it locks in. When you're transported into a narrative, whether it's a novel, a TikTok story time, a podcast episode, or a 10-part Netflix docuseries, you're not evaluating arguments anymore. You're just feeling. And feelings make a great fertilizer for influence. Let's talk about real examples. Ever notice how conspiracy theories almost always come with a full story? There's a hero, the whistleblower, a villain, the secret elites, and a dramatic arc, the truth being slowly uncovered. It's emotionally satisfying, even if it's factually bonkers. People get pulled into it not because of the evidence, but because of the plot. And here's where it gets even trickier. Once you've been fully transported by a story, you start seeing your world through the lens of that narrative. You watch one gripping documentary about a crooked CEO, and suddenly every corporation seems shady. You binge watch a crime drama about government surveillance, and now you're suspicious of every traffic camera. The story plants a seed, and that seed grows into belief, not because you were convinced logically, but because your emotions lived through it. This happens in advertising, too. Ever seen a commercial that doesn't even mention the product until the last second? Instead, it shows a tear-jerking story, a kid missing their parents, a moment of sacrifice, a hug, a hero moment, and then it flashes the brand. Boom. Emotional association locked in. That's narrative transportation being weaponized. You didn't just watch an ad. You went on a mini emotional journey, and now your brain ties that journey to whatever logo showed up at the end. And guess what? You trust that brand a little more. You remember it longer, and you're more likely to buy from them because they didn't sell you a product. They sold you a feeling, a meaning, a story you were part of. And here's where things get especially manipulative. Political messaging. No one likes being told what to believe, especially if it sounds extreme. But when the message is woven into a story, now it feels personal, emotional, unarguable. A single video that shows one person's journey can shape your entire view of an issue. You see a young man's struggles, hear his story about being let down by the system, and suddenly all the statistics and charts in the world don't matter. You feel like you know the truth because you were transported into his world. That doesn't mean his story isn't real, but it means your emotions are now driving the car. And guess what emotions aren't great at spotting manipulation? Because in a well-told story, the characters become real to us. We identify with them. We feel for them. We defend them. So when someone uses a story to slip in a political agenda, a cultural bias, a subtle dig at the other side, we don't notice it. Or worse, we accept it because rejecting it would feel like betraying the character we care about. It's not just TV or movies either. It's in books, YouTubers' personal journeys, influencers who just want to tell you what happened to me, even memes and fanfic. Anywhere there's a beginning, middle, and end, anywhere there's a struggle and a resolution, there's potential for narrative transportation. And if someone has a message they want to get past your skepticism, they're going to wrap it in a story, because facts trigger your logic. But stories go straight for the heart. So, what can you do? It doesn't mean you need to avoid stories entirely. Stories are powerful. They help us connect, understand, grow. But if you ever feel totally absorbed, if you forget what time it is, if you're crying or raging or shaking your head because something hit too hard, pause and ask yourself, what was the actual message behind that? Was it trying to change how I feel or how I think? Would I still agree with that idea if it was just stated plainly? Because if you only believe something when it's wrapped in a perfect story arc, you might not believe the idea. You might just be in love with the narrative. And someone else might be writing that script for you.
The third-person effect. Everyone else is brainwashed, but not me. You never notice how when you hear about propaganda, fake news, or manipulative advertising, your first thought is, yeah, people really fall for that stuff. Not you, though. You're smarter than that. You see through the nonsense. You've got critical thinking. You've done the research, right? That mindset, right there,
is exactly what's being exploited by one of the sneakiest psychological loopholes around, the third-person effect. It's this weird cognitive bias where we believe other people are more easily influenced by media, persuasion, or manipulation than we are. You might be watching a commercial and thinking, "Ugh, I'd never fall for that cheesy emotional trick." But at the same time, your brain is quietly tagging the brand as trustworthy because of the warm, happy feelings it triggered. And the scary part, you're not immune, you're just unaware. The third-person effect convinces you that your beliefs are rooted in fact and logic, while everyone else is just being emotionally manipulated by headlines, ads, influencers, or whatever the algorithm throws at them. Let's break this down. Say there's a controversial piece of news, maybe a fear-driven headline like, "Crime is exploding in your city." You might scoff and say, "Clickbait. I don't buy into that hysteria." But then later that night, you double-check that your door is locked. Maybe you're walking home with a little more alertness than usual. You tell yourself you weren't influenced. You just happened to act more cautiously for totally unrelated reasons. This effect doesn't just inflate your sense of media immunity, it actively lowers your guard. Because the moment you believe you're too smart to be influenced, you stop checking yourself. You stop asking, "Why do I feel this way?" Or "Where did this belief come from?" You assume you got here through pure logic. But let's be real, so does everyone else. The truth is, the people who are most confident that they're not the target of manipulation are often the easiest to manipulate, because manipulation isn't just about fooling dumb people, it's about knowing how people think. Let's look at a real-world example. Imagine two political ads. One is subtle, emotionally framed, showing real people struggling. The other is loud and aggressive, yelling at you to vote a certain way. You'll roll your eyes at the second one, so obvious. But that first ad, it resonates with you. You felt something. You think, "This ad isn't manipulative, it's just honest. It reflects my values." But what if both were trying to manipulate you, just using different techniques? And what if the one you trusted most worked better because you didn't think it was trying to manipulate you? That's the trap. The third-person effect makes you trust the wrong things just because they don't look like propaganda. Meanwhile, you judge others for falling for obvious tricks while missing the subtle hooks that got you. This even shows up in conversations. You ever heard someone say something like, "I'm not racist, but the media keeps brainwashing people into thinking everything's about race." Or, "People are so easily triggered by this stuff. Not me, though. I can think for myself." That's the third-person effect with its mask off. It's not just bias, it's a full-on blind spot. And when you think you can't be manipulated, you stop asking critical questions about the stuff you already believe. This is why smart people fall for scams, why educated people spread misinformation, why skeptics still get emotionally baited into arguments. Because intelligence doesn't protect you from influence, self-awareness does. But the third-person effect kills that self-awareness before it even gets a chance. Let's take it even deeper. Think about influencer culture. You might say, "Ugh, these people are clearly selling something. I don't trust any of them." And yet, you find one who's real, who seems authentic. They don't push products, they just talk to the camera like a friend. And you go, "Okay, this one I like." Congratulations, you've just been influenced, but you won't see it that way. Because the third-person effect has convinced you that you only follow people based on your taste, your research, your values. Meanwhile, you mock others for being sheep, and the whole time you're in the same pen. Even in education, this shows up.
Students often believe that they are learning critically while their classmates are just memorizing. We're not the ones being indoctrinated, it's the other side. Same with tech. You might think, I use my phone intentionally. I'm not addicted like everyone else. But then you check it 80 times a day. You justify it with, I'm just staying informed. Are you, though? Or have you just built a little mental fortress to protect yourself from the idea that maybe, just maybe, you're being nudged too? The solution isn't to feel guilty about this, it's to own it. We all have biases. We're all influenced by media, culture, emotion, repetition, even when we think we're not, especially when we think we're not. So the next time you hear a powerful message, watch a moving video, or read a headline that just makes sense, ask yourself, would I be this sure of it if it didn't confirm what I already believed? Am I thinking critically or just agreeing because it feels right? If I saw someone else believing this, would I think they'd been manipulated? Because if the answer is yes, maybe you're not as immune as you think. And that's not a weakness, that's awareness.
Selective omission. The power of what you're not told. Let's play a quick game. You're watching a political ad. It says, Candidate A increased school funding by 40%. Sounds amazing, right? You're picturing new libraries, laptops for every kid, and maybe even better school lunches. But what if I told you Candidate A cut that same budget the year before by 60% and is now just partially restoring it? Still impressed? That little move right there is a perfect example of selective omission, one of the most underhanded but effective psychological tactics used to control how you think by not telling you something. See, your brain fills in blanks. When someone gives you partial information, especially something that sounds positive or emotional, your mind smooths it over and assumes the rest must also be good. It's not always about lies. In fact, most of the time it's not lying at all. It's leaving out the messy parts, the parts that might make you think twice. And that's where the control happens. Think about those classic food commercials. Now made with real fruit. Sounds healthy, right? But they leave out the fact that there's also high fructose corn syrup, artificial coloring, and barely any fiber. They let you assume it's healthy without technically saying it is. They just omitted the stuff that would break the illusion. Let's bring it closer to your day-to-day life. Have you ever scrolled through someone's perfect vacation photos on Instagram? They're smiling, the sunset is glowing, the food looks 5-star. You feel a little FOMO creeping in, maybe some envy, maybe even some self-doubt. But what you didn't see, the hours they spent editing those photos, the fight they had with their partner before dinner, the credit card debt is building up to pay for that resort. None of that made it into the post, and it doesn't need to because selective omission works just fine with what isn't said. And here's the wild part. You do it too. When you go into a job interview and talk about your strengths, do you also bring up the time you completely forgot a deadline and ghosted your group project? Probably not. When you're trying to impress someone on a first date, do you lead with, "Hi, I'm emotionally inconsistent and sometimes get overwhelmed by group chats"? Didn't think so. That's selective omission in everyday life. We curate our truths. But when it's done on purpose, by marketers, media, influencers, politicians, it becomes a manipulation tool because it guides your judgment by letting you fill in the blanks in a way that benefits them. Let's go deeper. Ever looked in a label that says 95% fat-free? Sounds like a win, right? But why didn't they just say 5% fat. Same math. Different impact. They're omitting the negative framing because they know your brain responds better to the positive. It's not deception, it's just incomplete storytelling. Or take pharmaceutical ads. They spend 20 seconds telling you how the pill might transform your life, showing happy families and golden retrievers, and then they speed run the side effects in tiny font and fast voiceover like may cause nausea, dizziness, bleeding from the eyeballs, or spontaneous jazz hands. But they technically told you. They just made it forgettable. Selective omission isn't about hiding everything. It's about where your attention is being directed. The truth might be right there, but if they make it small, dull, or boring, your brain skims right over it. And companies know this. It's why the terms and conditions are 37 pages long. They could put the part where you agree to sell your data in bold at the top, but no, they bury it in paragraph 214 under clause B.4.7.1. So technically, they told you, but realistically, you never saw it. Let's talk about the news media. You might think your favorite news source is just reporting the facts, but notice what they choose to cover and what they quietly ignore. One outlet might blast out a headline about a celebrity scandal for a full week. Another one might lead with war crimes or environmental collapse. Neither is lying, but each one is shaping your worldview by what they choose to leave out. Selective omission isn't always about facts. It's about focus. It teaches you what to care about, what to fear, what to prioritize, simply by what it repeats and what it avoids. Even in education, this happens. Have you ever noticed how history class covers some things in great detail, wars, revolutions, famous leaders, but skims over colonization, exploitation, or atrocities? Entire generations grow up thinking the world worked one way just because their textbooks didn't tell the full story. That's not just an omission, that's control. And don't even get me started on product reviews. If a company sponsors a video and the creator says, "This was sent to me for free, but all opinions are my own," you think that means honesty. But did they mention the 5 flaws they found? Or the fact that the brand gets final approval before the video goes live? No, that silence, that's where the influence lives. Selective omission thrives in the gray area between technically true and totally misleading. Because when people trust a source, they don't question what's missing. And that's the ultimate psychological loophole. So how do you protect yourself? Simple, but not easy. Start asking, what aren't they telling me? When something seems too perfect, too clean, too convenient, pause. Not to be cynical, but to stay grounded. Flip the headline. Read the small print. Ask the awkward question. Because manipulation isn't always shouting lies. Sometimes it's just about knowing what not to say. And once you start seeing the silence, you start seeing the strings. Astroturfing, the fake outrage that's controlling you. Let's say you're scrolling online and you see a trending hashtag like Save Our Jobs or hashtag People versus Big Tech. Thousands of posts, fiery comments, maybe even some news headlines covering this grassroots movement. Looks like regular people rising up, demanding change. You think, wow, the public's really speaking out. But what if I told you most of those voices aren't real? Or worse, they're part of a corporate PR campaign. That's astroturfing. And it's not just shady. It's specifically designed to trick you into believing there's a crowd behind something when really it's just a few people pulling the strings. Let's break it down.
Real grassroots movements, they come from the bottom up. Regular people get fed up, band together, and push for something. Think civil rights protests, climate strikes, or teachers walking out of classrooms. It's messy, loud, and often inconvenient. Astroturfing is the opposite. It's fake grass. Literally, astroturf is that plastic lawn stuff you see on football fields. Looks like the real thing from far away, but touch it and you know it's manufactured. That's the whole idea here. Astroturfing makes a movement look like it's coming from the people, but it's actually coming from money, usually corporations, political groups, or lobbyists. And the scary part is, it works because it looks authentic. You see a bunch of posts from concerned citizens saying, "This new law will kill small businesses." You think, man, I didn't realize it was that serious. What you don't see is that those posts were organized by a lobbying firm hired by a giant corporation trying to kill the regulation. And since the messaging is dressed up like it's coming from your neighbor, your coworker, your cousin, it bypasses your critical thinking. It's engineered trust. Let me give you an example that'll hit close to home. Ever seen those consumer advocacy websites reviewing products or fighting for your rights? Some of them are totally legit, but others owned by the very industries they claim to monitor. Like a health freedom site pushing against vaccine mandates, quietly funded by supplement companies. Or a concerned parents group opposing certain school policies, only to find out it's tied to a political action committee. That's not public pressure, that's manufactured consent. It even shows up in the comments. Ever see the same suspiciously polished comment pop up across different news articles or YouTube videos? "I've worked in the energy industry for 15 years, and these regulations are out of control." Yeah, that guy shows up a lot. In reality, it might be a paid poster or a chat bot spamming talking points to make it seem like everyone is saying it. Because here's the truth. You're more likely to agree with something if you think other people already agree. It's called social proof, and astroturfing abuses it. Once you believe there's a crowd behind an idea, you're less likely to question it. It feels safe, validated, even patriotic. And that's exactly what these campaigns want. They hijack the emotional momentum of real activism and use it to sell you something. Sometimes it's an actual product, other times it's a belief, or a vote, or silence. Want to know how subtle this can get? Let's say a tech company is under fire for spying on users. Suddenly, you see blog posts, tweets, and YouTube videos defending the company, saying, "This is just normal business," or "Everyone uses your data, get over it." Turns out, some of those defenders paid influencers or industry insiders or accounts made 2 weeks ago with no post history. But the goal isn't to convince you directly, it's to make you think there's a consensus, and that consensus shuts down your doubt. Why speak up if it feels like nobody else cares? Why question something that looks so widely accepted? That's the trap, and once you're in it, you start echoing those ideas too. Maybe without realizing they didn't come from the crowd at all, just a boardroom with a budget and a playbook. Let's be clear, astroturfing isn't always illegal, but it is deceptive, and it's growing faster than people realize. Because with bots, paid posts, and targeted ads, it's never been easier to fake momentum. A campaign that would have taken months to organize 20 years ago can now be spun up overnight with graphics, influencers, and a catchy hashtag ready to go. And you might be caught in the middle thinking, well, everyone seems to agree with this, but do they? Or are you just seeing what someone wants you to see? So how do you spot it? Start with the patterns. Are all the accounts brand new? Do they repeat the same language over and over? Do the websites they link to have weird ownership? Is the campaign oddly well-funded for something grassroots? Follow the money. Check the sources. Ask, who benefits if I believe this?
because once you realize that public outrage, public support, even popular opinion can be faked, you start looking at everything differently. You stop assuming the loudest voice is the biggest crowd. You stop equating likes with truth. You stop being led by a movement that never actually existed. Astroturfing doesn't need to win your mind. It just needs to distract it, confuse it, overwhelm it with fake agreement. Because if enough noise sounds like a crowd, most people won't question who's holding the megaphone. False equivalence framing. The lazy argument that shuts you down. You've definitely heard this one before. Two people are arguing. One side says something wild. The other brings up facts, stats, receipts. And then someone steps in and goes, "Well, both sides are bad." Or, "They're all the same anyway." Boom. Conversation over. Debate dead. Minds closed. That, my friend, is false equivalence framing. And it's one of the most quietly powerful ways you're being controlled without even realizing it. Here's how it works. False equivalence takes two things that aren't actually equal and presents them like they are. It's not just bad logic. It's a psychological shortcut, a mental hack that makes you feel smart or balanced or neutral, while actually stopping you from thinking critically. Let's break that down. Say there's a report on a corrupt politician taking bribes. You bring it up, and someone replies with, "Well, all politicians are corrupt." Sounds fair, right? But it's not. Because now it doesn't matter how bad the specific actions were, or who got hurt, or what the consequences are. It all just gets dumped into the "everyone's terrible" bin. And when everything's bad, nothing stands out. That's the trick. False equivalence is the great equalizer of attention. It blurs distinctions, muddies waters, and turns complex issues into lazy shrug-offs. And once you see it, you'll start noticing it everywhere. It's in the news. It's in political debates. It's in arguments with your uncle at the dinner table. Here's a classic one. You say that company is exploiting workers, but your phone was made in a factory too. So you're a hypocrite. What's happening here? The person just created an illusion of moral balance. Instead of engaging with the issue, like whether that company is doing something wrong, they flatten the whole thing. You're just as bad, so the topic dies. It sounds like logic, but it's actually deflection. And the wild part is, it works because we're wired to value fairness. Our brains crave balance. We love the idea that we're being neutral, seeing both sides, staying above the drama. False equivalence hijacks that instinct and uses it against us. So instead of calling out harmful behavior, we downplay it. Instead of holding someone accountable, we say, "Well, the other side does it too." Instead of thinking harder, we stop thinking at all. Here's another example. Say there's a violent protest, and the coverage compares it equally to a peaceful demonstration that blocked traffic. Both are labeled as extreme activism. But that's not a fair comparison, right? One group lit a building on fire. The other held up signs and chanted. When you frame those two events as equally bad, you erase context, you remove meaning, and you create confusion in the audience on purpose. Because when people are confused, they're easier to control. If you don't know who the good guys are, or what's actually true, you tune out. You say, I don't trust any of them. And the people in power, they love that. A checked-out public is way easier to manage than an angry, informed one. False equivalence also shows up in media debates. Ever seen one of those news panels where they bring on two experts to argue climate change? One is an actual scientist. The other is a guy from a fossil fuel think tank. But they're both given equal time, equal authority, and equal framing. That's not balance. That's distortion. By giving the illusion that both arguments are equally valid, even when one is backed by mountains of data and the other is a PR stunt, the viewer walks away thinking, who knows what's true? And again, mission accomplished. Because if you're unsure, you're inactive. If you're inactive, you're not a threat. Now here's where it gets deeper. False equivalence is often used on purpose to shut down uncomfortable truths. It's a weaponized version of whataboutism. Oh, you're upset about that injustice? Well, what about this thing that happens somewhere else? Oh, that company is unethical? Well, you probably use Amazon too, don't you? It's not about solving anything. It's about disarming you. If someone can convince you that everything is equally flawed, then nothing is worth fixing. And if nothing is worth fixing, the status quo wins. So how do you fight it? The key is to slow down your thinking. When someone says both sides are bad, ask in what way, to what degree, with what consequences. Don't let the conversation die just because someone threw a blanket statement on it. Look for scale. One side lying on Twitter is not the same as one side rewriting laws. A mistake is not the same as a pattern. Being imperfect is not the same as being predatory. Start breaking things down, not lumping them together. Because here's the thing, nuance takes effort, but lazy thinking gets weaponized all the time. And when you stop drawing lines between what's mildly wrong and what's seriously harmful, you end up lost in the fog. And in that fog, it's way easier for people to manipulate you. They just keep repeating, well, they all do it. Well, both sides lie. Well, there's no good answer. And soon enough, you stop asking questions. You stop getting angry. You stop caring. False equivalence doesn't need to convince you. It just needs you to check out. Because silence, that's the easiest crowd to control. Social proof hoaxes, when everyone agrees, but they actually don't. Ever read a comment section and thought, wow, I guess I'm the only one who disagrees? Maybe it's under a product you're not impressed with, or a video pushing a sketchy message. But then, scroll, 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 every single comment is glowing. Changed my life. 100% agree. Facts only. Why isn't everyone doing this? And suddenly, you start to doubt yourself. That is not a coincidence. You've just walked into a social proof hoax, one of the most subtle but powerful psychological traps to use to influence your thinking without you even noticing. Let's break it down. Social proof is the idea that if a lot of people believe something or do something, it must be valid. It's a survival instinct baked deep into your brain. Thousands of years ago, if you saw everyone in your tribe running from a cave, you didn't stop to ask why. You ran too. That instinct kept you alive. But today, that same shortcut is being hijacked. Because when you see hundreds of people praising something online, your brain leans in. Oh, wow, this must be legit. I should probably agree too. The problem is, a lot of those people aren't even real. Yep, we're talking fake engagement, fake reviews, fake testimonials, fake random users in the comments saying, "This is totally real, not a scam at all." This is what marketers and manipulative platforms count on. You seeing what looks like a crowd of people nodding along and then joining in, even if you had doubts 5 seconds ago. And it works over and over again. Let's look at how the hoax gets set up. First, the bots. These are automated accounts designed to spam positivity. They'll leave dozens or hundreds of "wow, incredible" comments under a post within minutes of it going live. Most of them have weird usernames, no profile pics, generic copy-paste replies. But they're fast, they're loud, and they create a wall of fake consensus. Next, the paid engagement. Yes, companies and influencers literally pay for comment services. Want 300 likes? $20. Want 1,000 5-star reviews on a product that falls apart in a week? No problem. Want replies that say, "This totally worked for me too," even if the app is hot garbage? There's a website for that. So now you're scrolling through fake praise, assuming it's legit, and thinking you're the odd one out. But it goes deeper. Some platforms use algorithmic boosting to hide critical voices. Say 10 people call out a scam, but their comments get buried under dozens of helpful ones or flagged as off-topic by fake accounts. Suddenly, the negative feedback disappears. Poof! And now what's left? An echo chamber of praise. And you sitting there thinking, maybe I'm being too negative. That's the trap. It's not just about making you believe something is popular. It's about making you doubt your own instincts. And here's the wildest part. Even when people know this is a tactic, it still works. Studies show that seeing high engagement, even if you suspect it's manipulated, still increases trust and purchase intent. You want to believe you're not alone. You want to go with the crowd. Your brain literally rewards you with dopamine for agreeing with the group, even when that group is imaginary. Let's take an example. You're shopping for a new supplement. You find one that looks okay, but the reviews, glowing, thousands of them. People saying it gave them energy, clear skin, superpowers. But if you look a little closer, same phrases keep repeating, the usernames are suspicious, the grammar's off, but your brain goes, well, they can't all be fake, right? Yes, they can. Same with social media. That random viral video claiming some hidden truth? Check the comments, all hyping it up, all saying, "I've always felt this but couldn't say it," all acting like this is some awakening. But the source? Dodgy. No citations, overdramatic music, sensational editing, and yet the social proof is convincing. You scroll, you see everyone nodding, and you start nodding too. And before you know it, you're sharing something you aren't even sure about, just because the comment section made you feel like you'd be weird not to. So, how do you protect yourself? Here's the first rule. If the agreement feels suspiciously unanimous, start questioning. Look for repetitive wording across comments, weird usernames or empty profiles, reviews that sound like ads.
Comment threads that pile on any negative voice like a dog pile. Then check third-party sources. Google reviews from real websites. Look at Reddit threads. Find communities where skepticism is welcome, not buried. And most importantly, trust your discomfort. If something feels off, it probably is. The biggest psychological hack of social proof hoaxes isn't that they make you trust others. It's that they make you stop trusting yourself. That's what they're really stealing, your gut instinct, your voice, your ability to say, no, this doesn't feel right. Because if they can drown you in a fake agreement, you'll stop arguing. And when you stop arguing, you'll start obeying. That's the quiet power of fake consensus. It doesn't scream, it whispers. And the whisper sounds like everyone else.
Issue fatigue tactic, when they overwhelm you into silence. All right, let's do a quick check-in. Have you ever opened your phone and seen so many bad things happening in the world? Fires, corruption, scandals, disasters, one after another, that you just kind of shut down? Not because you don't care, but because your brain hits a wall. You just can't handle anymore. That right there, that's not just news overload. That's called issue fatigue. And here's the twist. Sometimes it's not accidental. Sometimes it's used on purpose to keep you numb, silent, and out of the way. Let's break it down. Your brain has a limited capacity for outrage. Think of it like a battery. Every time something unfair or upsetting happens to you, your brain spends a little energy reacting to it, getting angry, trying to understand it, maybe even wanting to do something about it. But what happens when you're hit with 10 upsetting things in a row, and then 10 more the next day, and then more and more and more, until it's just this non-stop fire hose of everything is on fire? Eventually, your brain gives up. It says, you know what? I'm out. I can't fix any of this anyway. And boom, you've just been hit by issue fatigue. Now here's where it gets shady. Because people in power, whether it's corporations, governments, or media machines, know this happens. And some of them exploit it. They don't need to hide bad things anymore. They just bury them in an avalanche of other bad things. It's not censorship by silence, it's censorship by noise. Let's say a scandal breaks. Someone got caught doing something unethical. Normally, that would be a huge deal. People would be talking, investigating, demanding accountability. But what if, within hours, 5 other crises pop up on your feed? Suddenly, that original scandal is just one tiny part of a bigger mess. It doesn't feel urgent anymore. You scroll past it, you sigh and say, everything's broken. And that's exactly the point. Because when everything is urgent, nothing feels fixable. You go numb. You check out. You stop caring, not because you're heartless, but because your nervous system is overwhelmed. This tactic isn't about convincing you something is good. It's about convincing you there's no point in fighting back. And once that happens, you're easier to control. They don't need you to believe in what they're doing. They just need you to stop paying attention. Let's make this real. Imagine a company is getting heat for dumping toxic waste. Normally, that would be a PR nightmare. But then, boom, your feed is flooded with 20 other headlines: political chaos, celebrity drama, inflation fears, health warnings, social media fights. You feel like you're drowning in problems you didn't ask for. That toxic waste story, it gets lost, forgotten, buried. Now multiply that by everything that matters.
climate change, civil rights, corruption, privacy violations, health crises, systemic injustice. Each one is real, each one deserves attention. But when they're all thrown at you at once, like a chaotic pile of emotional grenades, your brain says no more. You start doom scrolling not because you want to be informed, but because your nervous system is addicted to the cycle. Click, outrage, numbness, repeat. And here's the thing. When you reach that numb phase, you become passive. That's the real danger, because people don't rise up when they feel overwhelmed. They freeze. They disassociate. They say, someone else will deal with this. And that silence, that's the win for the people in charge. It's a psychological loophole, weaponizing your empathy until it turns into exhaustion. So what can you do about it? Here's the truth. You can't stay outraged 24/7. That's not sustainable. You're human, not a machine. But you can be strategic. You don't need to care about everything equally. You need to pick your battles, the ones that resonate most with you. You don't need to read 50 articles. Just stay informed enough to not be fooled. And sometimes the best act of resistance is to pause. Pause the feed. Pause the noise. Ask, what do I actually care about here? Then focus there. Because when you're deliberate with your attention, it can't be hijacked. Don't let the flood push you into apathy. You don't need to scream about everything. You just have to not stop caring, even if it's just one issue, even if it's small. Because the moment you stop feeling like anything matters, that's when they win. That's the quiet goal of issue fatigue. Not to make you hate something, just to make you stop noticing. The hustle-guilt loop. When rest feels like failure. Let's play a little mind game. Picture this. It's your day off. You finally have a chance to sleep in, maybe binge a show, do absolutely nothing. You're halfway through your second cup of coffee in your pajamas, and suddenly that little voice creeps in. You're wasting time. You could be working right now. Other people are building empires. What are you doing? And just like that, your relaxing day turns into a guilt trip. That, right there, is the hustle-guilt loop. And yeah, it's being used to control you. Let me explain how this works. There's this idea floating around, especially online, that if you're not grinding 24/7, if you're not optimizing every second, if you're not constantly building your brand or chasing some side hustle, then you're falling behind. You're lazy. You're not serious about your goals. You're just another average person. And that message? It's everywhere. Scroll Instagram, motivational quotes with people doing push-ups at 4 a.m. Watch a video, some guy yelling about how you're broke because you sleep too much. Even rest is rebranded as active recovery. Suddenly, even your naps need to serve a higher purpose. Now, let's be clear. Working hard isn't the problem. The problem is when your entire self-worth gets tied to how productive you are. When doing nothing feels like being nothing. That's not motivation. That's psychological manipulation. Here's how the loop works. Step 1. You internalize the belief that success equals constant output. Step 2. You try to keep up. You grind. You push through exhaustion. Step 3. You burn out. You need a break. Step 4. You feel guilty for resting.
So you jump back into the grind. Step 5, repeat. You become stuck in this mental hamster wheel, always running, never arriving. And here's the sinister part. This mindset is very convenient for people who profit from your overwork. Employers, influencers, brands, they love a worker who doesn't stop. They love a consumer who thinks buying a $200 planner will fix their discipline. They love someone too exhausted to question the system, but too guilty to stop playing along. Because when rest feels like failure, you never truly rest. And that means you're always on, always buying, always performing, always comparing yourself to some imaginary grind-set version of yourself that doesn't even exist. Let's look at the impact. You're constantly busy, but you're not necessarily fulfilled. You're chasing productivity, but you're not actually living. You skip meals, you cancel plans, you feel behind even when you're ahead. And the worst part, when you finally burn out, the same people who told you to hustle will now say you should have prioritized your mental health. It's a trap, a beautifully packaged one, and it's designed to make you feel like the problem, not the system you're trapped in. So how do you break out? Here's something wild. True rest isn't just the absence of work, it's the presence of peace. And peace doesn't come from checking off to-do lists. It comes from deciding that your existence doesn't have to be justified by output. You're allowed to exist without being productive. You're allowed to nap without guilt. You're allowed to wake up and say, "Today, I'm not hustling," and not feel like a failure. Because rest isn't a reward. It's a requirement. And if someone's trying to convince you that you need to earn it, they're not motivating you, they're exploiting you. Now, does that mean you stop working hard altogether? Of course not. But there's a difference between working with purpose and working because you're afraid of feeling worthless if you stop. The first builds you up. The second breaks you down. You've got one body, one brain, one lifetime. Don't let someone sell you shame disguised as ambition, because the real power move is knowing when to pause and not apologizing for it.
Gamified performance traps when badges replace real rewards. Okay, pop quiz. Have you ever stayed up late grinding for a digital badge, hitting a daily streak, or climbing a leaderboard, and then realized you weren't even sure why you cared so much? Congratulations, you've been gamified. Now don't worry, you're not alone. In fact, most of us have fallen into this trap. The apps, platforms, and even jobs you use have been carefully designed to feel like games. They're packed with levels, badges, achievements, and glowing animations every time you do something right. It all feels kind of fun, until you realize what's really going on. This is called the gamified performance trap, and it's being used to squeeze more effort out of you without giving you anything real in return. Let's break this down. Gamification started as a cool way to make boring stuff more fun. You turn workouts into a challenge. Learning a language becomes a streak. Work goals become a score. That sounds like a good thing, right? But here's the twist. It stops being harmless when it becomes manipulation. Instead of motivating you in healthy ways, gamified systems use psychological tricks to keep you engaged past the point of logic. You don't want to take a break because your streak might reset. You don't want to say no because you're so close to that next shiny badge. You start comparing your rank to others, even if you were never competitive before. That's not fun. That's a pressure loop, and is being used in places you might not expect. Workplaces use leaderboards to pit employees against one another. Top Seller of the Week banners show up like it's a school competition. You end up working harder, not because it benefits you, but because no one wants to be at the bottom. Apps track every move you make, your steps, your clicks, your replies, all monitored and rewarded, just enough to keep you moving, not enough to compensate you, just enough to keep you chasing. Education platforms do it too. You don't focus on what you learned, but how many points you can rack up. You finish lessons not because you care, but because your profile looks better when it says 100% completed. And here's the wild part. None of these digital rewards are worth anything. You don't get more pay, you don't get time off, you don't get rest. You just get a dopamine hit and a reason to keep grinding. Think of it like a casino that doesn't pay you real money, just confetti. The lights flash, the screen celebrates, you feel good, and you keep playing. But who's winning? Not you. Here's what's really going on. Gamified traps work by hijacking your brain's reward system. Every time you earn a badge or see your rank go up, your brain releases dopamine, the feel-good chemical. It's the same response slot machines are designed to trigger. You start working for the feeling, not for the actual outcome. It's genius, and it's dangerous. Because once you're hooked on those little wins, you'll put in more time, more energy, more emotional effort, even when there's no real payoff. And worse, you'll blame yourself when you burn out. You'll think, I'm just not disciplined enough. Other people are climbing the leaderboard. What's wrong with me? I need to try harder. But maybe it's not you. Maybe the game was rigged. Now, to be clear, not all gamification is evil. It can actually help in moderation, like keeping you motivated to work out or build habits. But the line between helpful and harmful gets crossed real fast when the game becomes more important than your well-being. So how do you spot a gamified trap? Ask yourself this. Am I doing this because it's meaningful or because I don't want to lose a digital streak? Is this system designed to support me or to keep me hooked? Do I feel energized by this or exhausted, guilty, and weirdly competitive? If it's the second answer every time, you might be in a performance trap. And here's the most important question. What would I do if the badges, points, and leaderboards disappeared? If the answer is, I'd stop, then maybe you're not chasing a goal, you're chasing a game. And the game is chasing your attention. Here's the truth. You don't need a streak to be consistent. You don't need a rank to be worthy. You don't need digital fireworks to prove your effort. What you do need is rest, balance, real goals, and rewards that actually benefit your life, not just the app. Because in the end, gamified traps don't care about your success. They care about your time. And time is the one thing you don't get back.
Delayed gratification hijack. When someday keeps you trapped today. All right, let's play out a familiar scenario. You're working hard. You're doing everything right. You stay late. You follow the rules. You pick up extra work even when it's not your responsibility.
And every time you start wondering, why am I doing all this? Someone says something like, just hang in there, your time is coming. The higher-ups are watching. Keep it up and you'll be rewarded. Trust the process. And maybe you do trust it, for a while. Because delayed gratification sounds noble, right? Work hard now to reap the rewards later. That's what we're taught from day one. Save your money. Wait your turn. Be patient. Promotions take time. Good things come to those who wait. But here's the problem. Sometimes the waiting never ends. What you're experiencing isn't healthy ambition. It's what we call the delayed gratification hijack. And it's a sneaky way to keep people obedient, loyal, and overworking without actually delivering on those promised rewards. Let's break it down. Delayed gratification, in theory, is a good thing. It's how we train ourselves not to eat cake for breakfast or blow our paycheck in one go. It's the skill behind discipline, goal setting, and long-term growth. But when other people exploit your willingness to wait, that's when it becomes dangerous. You'll hear phrases like, "You're next in line," "Big changes are coming," "We just need you to keep proving yourself a little longer." The reward always feels just out of reach, like a carrot dangling on a stick, close enough to see, but far enough that you never quite catch it. Meanwhile, you keep grinding. You say yes when you're already tired. You stay silent when something feels unfair. You convince yourself, if I just tough it out for one more month. But ask yourself this, what happens when 1 month turns into 1 year, and then nothing changes? You've just lived through a hijacked version of self-discipline, where the hope of a future reward is being used to manipulate your present behavior. Now here's the wild part. This tactic works because your brain is wired for it. There's a famous study from the 1970s, the marshmallow test, where kids were told, you can have 1 marshmallow now, or 2 marshmallows if you wait a little bit. The kids who waited were praised for their patience, and the study became legendary. But in the real world, that only works if someone actually brings the second marshmallow. What if you wait, and wait, and wait, and the marshmallow never shows up? That's not patience. That's a trap. You'd be amazed how many systems run on this principle. Jobs promise future promotions that rarely materialize. You keep doing extra work to stand out, but the company quietly enjoys the free labor while promoting someone else. Online platforms hint that your big break is around the corner. Keep posting, keep grinding, you're almost there. Meanwhile, the algorithm buries you under a sea of noise, and you burn out chasing virality. Education systems push the idea that good grades equals good life. So you sacrifice sleep, hobbies, and mental health, believing it'll all pay off later. But that later isn't guaranteed. In each case, you're being kept in line by the possibility of a future payout, even if no one ever plans to give it to you. It's like gambling with your time instead of your money. And what makes it really dangerous is this. The longer you stay in the system, the harder it is to leave. Because then your brain starts whispering, I've already invested 5 years. I can't walk away now. What if the reward comes right after I quit? Maybe I just need to prove myself a little bit more. Sound familiar? This hijack blends perfectly with something called the sunk cost fallacy. The idea that the more you invest in something, the harder it is to let go, even when it's not working. It's the emotional version of being trapped. You're not staying because it's still worth it. You're staying because you hope it might become worth it eventually. So, what can you do? Start by asking yourself some honest questions. Have I been promised something that keeps getting delayed? Have I seen clear evidence that the reward actually exists? Do I feel appreciated now or only strung along? Am I constantly told to just wait a little longer, but that little longer keeps moving further? If the answer's yes, you're probably in the middle of a delayed gratification hijack. Here's the truth no one tells you. You don't owe anyone blind patience. Your effort deserves acknowledgement now. Your progress should be visible now. Your time is valuable now. And someone is using hope as a leash, it's okay to unclip yourself and walk away. The people who actually value you won't need to keep pushing the finish line further and further away. So next time someone says, "Good things come to those who wait," feel free to ask, wait for what and how long? Because someday is not a promise, and you deserve better than endless maybes. Meeting theater, where everyone pretends something important is happening. Okay, picture this. It's 10 o'clock a.m. You're barely awake, coffee still hasn't kicked in, and your calendar dings with a 30-minute meeting invite titled something vague like Strategy Sync or Cross-Departmental Alignment Touch Base. You don't know exactly why you're in this meeting. Nobody really does. But hey, everyone else is there, so you show up too. What you've just entered is not a real discussion. It's not collaboration. It's meeting theater, a performance where everyone acts like something important is happening, when really nothing of value is getting done. And here's the wild part. This isn't just corporate inefficiency. It's a psychological control tactic. Let me explain. Meetings are supposed to be tools, a space to solve problems, make decisions, and move projects forward. But somewhere along the way, they became something else. A ritual, a show, a weird social contract where presence equals participation, and speaking up, even when you have nothing to say, equals team spirit. In reality, a lot of meetings exist only to make people feel watched, compliant, and involved. It's not about productivity, it's about appearances. See, when you're constantly looped into meetings, your brain starts to believe you're part of the action, that you're needed, informed, that you matter in the decision-making process. But most of the time, you're not deciding anything. You're just nodding, smiling, and pretending to care, while someone reads aloud the bullet points from a slide you already saw in an email. And while that's annoying, here's where it turns manipulative. 1. Meetings create artificial urgency. When something's labeled a check-in or a status update, you feel like there's momentum, like the project is moving forward. But in many cases, the only thing moving is your schedule. It's activity instead of productivity, motion instead of progress. 2. They hijack your autonomy. Constant meetings chop up your time and attention. You can't get into deep work. You can't focus. You're in this reactive state, always waiting for the next Zoom invite or Slack ping. The more scattered your attention, the easier you are to control. Distracted people don't rebel. They just click join. 3. They simulate inclusion.
Ever heard someone say, "You were included in the meeting, so your voice was heard"? But you didn't speak. No one asked for your input. You were a tile on a screen. Still, because you were technically there, your employer or your team gets to say, "See, everyone was involved." That's not a collaboration. That's optics. 4. They reinforce hierarchy under the guise of teamwork. In meeting theater, there's always a host, someone who controls the agenda, does most of the talking, and subtly signals whose opinions matter. You'll notice the same voices dominate every time. But hey, you were invited, so it feels like a democracy, even if it's not. And then there's the most subtle effect of all. 5. Meetings wear you down, slowly, quietly, on purpose. Think about it. If you spend 5 hours a week in pointless meetings, that's 5 hours of lost energy, lost focus, and often lost willpower. Over time, that builds up. You stop questioning why things are the way they are. You stop pushing back. You become easier to manage because you're mentally exhausted. It's like draining your battery with just enough nonsense that you don't have the energy to resist the big stuff. And it gets worse. Sometimes the meeting itself is the reward. Ever notice how companies throw together alignment sessions or recognition roundtables when morale is low? It's not about solving problems. It's about simulating care. They give you a platform to speak, but only in controlled doses. They ask for feedback, but nothing actually changes. They spotlight a few employees with applause, while the system stays exactly the same. It's all part of the show. The message is clear. We see you, we hear you. Now get back to work. So why does this work so well? Because humans are wired to respond to rituals and group signals. When you're in a room or in a Zoom with others, your brain registers belonging, participation. You're more likely to conform, to smile, to agree, even if, deep down, you're bored out of your mind. It's social pressure, and it's effective, especially when you think, if I don't show up, I might look like I'm not engaged. Or worse, what if I miss something important? And that's the final psychological hook. FOMO, fear of missing out. Meetings use it like a leash. You don't want to be the only person who skips. You don't want to look uninformed. So you keep showing up. You stay compliant, even when it's just a recycled agenda from last week. And the longer you do this, the more normalized it becomes. You stop questioning. You start adapting. That's meeting theater at its finest. Everyone's clapping, but no one knows why. Everyone's speaking, but nothing gets said. Everyone's performing, but the script never changes. So the next time you're staring into your webcam at 10 o'clock a.m., watching someone narrate a slideshow for the 5th time this week, ask yourself, is this really a meeting or just a performance I've been cast in? Because recognizing the theater is the first step in walking off the stage.
Soft surveillance. Just checking in emails condition you to self-monitor. All right, tell me if this sounds familiar. You're working, or at least trying to. Maybe you're in the zone. Maybe you're switching tabs for the 5th time, trying to force productivity into existence. And then it hits. That email. Subject line, "Hey, just checking in." Or maybe, "Quick follow-up on that task we talked about." Or the classic, "Hope everything's going well. Any updates?" Sounds innocent, right? Friendly, casual, like someone's just tapping you on the shoulder virtually, making sure everything's cool. But here's the thing most people don't realize. Those messages, that vibe, that constant low-grade ping of someone watching over your digital shoulder, that's soft surveillance, and it's everywhere. Unlike cameras or tracking software, soft surveillance doesn't scream, "You're being watched." It whispers it. And that whisper is more powerful than you think, because it doesn't just change your behavior in the moment. It changes how you think about yourself and how you behave even when no one's watching. Let's unpack it. First, why do just checking in emails feel so uncomfortable, even when they're polite? Because they trigger your brain's self-monitoring system. You suddenly ask yourself, "Wait, did I send that file? How long has it been since I updated them? Am I behind? Am I being watched right now? Are they actually just checking in or checking on me?" And bam, you go from doing your job to performing productivity. You start second-guessing your pace. You feel like you need to look busy even if you were making steady progress a minute ago. Your stress goes up, your trust goes down. And over time, something deeper happens. You start to internalize the watcher. Let me say that again. You become your own surveillance. This isn't just theory, it's psychological conditioning. When you get nudged enough times, you begin to anticipate the nudge. You monitor yourself so others don't have to. You start sending preemptive updates. You rush tasks you didn't need to rush. You stay online longer, afraid of looking inactive, all to avoid triggering the next just checking in ping. It's subtle, but it's real, and it's no accident. See, soft surveillance is powerful because it doesn't feel like control. It feels like concern, like teamwork, like someone's just keeping things on track. But let's be honest, if they trusted you, would they need to check in this often? That's the trick. It creates an environment where constant visibility is mistaken for productivity, where transparency becomes the default expectation, not because it's efficient, but because it keeps you on edge. It's the digital version of someone walking past your desk just a few too many times. And it's not just emails. It's meeting invites with vague agendas like quick sync, comments on shared docs saying, "Just making sure you saw this." Each one chips away at your independence just a little more. And here's where it gets dark. Soft surveillance creates learned helplessness. Because you're constantly reacting to external prompts, you stop initiating. You stop thinking for yourself. You become less creative, more risk-averse, and more focused on covering your butt than doing meaningful work. It conditions you to act like someone is always watching, even when they're not, especially when they're not. Think about how wild that is. They don't need cameras or micromanagement anymore. They just need to plant enough little check-ins that your brain starts doing the job for them. You might even think things like, "Better send a quick status update before they ask. Maybe I should log in on Sunday just to be safe. I haven't said anything in the group chat today. That might look bad." You're not being productive. You're being performative. And it's exhausting. Worse still, the people sending these check-ins can always deny the pressure.
They'll say things like, "Oh, I was just being friendly. I didn't mean to rush you. It's totally fine if you need more time." But the pattern of pressure is still there. It's still doing its job. It's still changing your behavior. And that's what soft surveillance is really about. Control disguised as care. Now look, we're not saying every message like this is part of some grand manipulation. Sometimes people really are just checking in. But when it happens repeatedly from people in positions of power, in a system that already rewards speed and visibility over real fraud, it's not just communication anymore. It's behavior shaping. It's subconscious training. It's you learning to live in a fishbowl without realizing the glass is even there.